years ago or something.
You couldn't hear.
Presumed. Kidnapping occurred. I say presumed because I'm a little skeptical about a lot of things considering the timeline, what we heard of. February 1st, 2026, Catalina Foothills, Pima County, just north of the great city of Tucson. Something happened, folks. Something very bad happened. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today morning co-host Savannah Guthrie, vanishes out of thin air. We still don't know what in the heck happened here. A lot of people that are in the chat are regulars in the chat. We know what's up. We're, paying attention each and every day. I didn't go on yesterday because there wasn't a lot going on. So I didn't really necessarily feel like I should come on, though I should have, because I want to hear from all of you and hear everything about the case. And, the latest. There's some new stuff coming out, apparently, with DNA. The FBI got DNA. And Pima County saying they've already, the feds already had it. So we're going to talk about the DNA and stuff. I'm going to get two people up in the chat here. We got Ted Investigates. Gail McGinty, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Gail McGinty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Membership strong, JLR Investigates. We are an army of people trying to find out what in the heck happened in the Catalina Foothills with Nancy Guthrie. Look at this. Look who we got. We got the great... Hey, Ted, looking sharp, my friend. Alex,
thank you.
Joining us shortly. I sent him the link. And, by the way, anyone wants to speak in chat, we'll put this in the background here. We'll put the house, right? The mysterious house here. We don't know what's going to happen with this house. We don't know if they're going to tear it down, sell it, power of attorney, someone else move in. We don't know what's going to happen here while Nancy remains missing. But I am going to put at the bottom of the screen there, that's chat. If you want to chat, I'll send you the link. An astronomer actually reached out to me and said they want to come in and give an astronomy perspective, space, nighttime, and everything like that, so that'll be pretty cool. I sent them the link. Hopefully they come in. All are welcome. You're welcome. How's it going?
It's going really good. I'm happy to be back. Happy to join forces with you in the JLR Army. Have a lot of different questions. This case just keeps taking different turns every day. Today now the FBI is talking about, DNA all of a sudden. That's coming back in the picture. I was pretty much sold on somebody that was related or that knew Nancy and tipped off indirectly. Then we just had a perpetrator, or not a perpetrator, a felon, person that lived a few blocks away from Nancy.
Which one are you talking about? What's that name? Share the name.
Yep. I'm sharing the name. Forgive me. I have it popped up right here. He is, 1 second. I'm sorry. His name is Clay Crouch, lives across the street from Nancy and has an extensive criminal history. Well, many said he was incarcerated at the time. In fact, he was not, thanks to Matt Black Inc. He was released in September 2025. So this case just keeps getting different twists and different turns, and it's just...
Well, let me add a little bit to that, because according to the Bureau of Prisons, BOP, he is incarcerated now at FCI Victorville, California. It's a federal prison out there in the Mojave Desert. Okay. I've been there. It's hot out there. Trust me, it's out there by Barstow, California, between Los Angeles and Vegas. He's there. He's serving out some sort of federal, some sort of back-end federal case. A lot of times when people serve sentences and they have a Fed case and a state case, vice versa, when they're done their case, they go over there and they go out on a writ and they get transferred over. So, apparently he's in the custody of the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons. But let me just add, Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, Clay, and I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to get this up in the chat here. I posted something on my X account about this guy, and I'll get it up here. I mean, this guy here, this guy is a, he's a burglar. He's a kidnapper. He has an extensive criminal record. You know, you would want to think that law enforcement would at least talk to him and find out who stayed at his house, which is really in eyesight of Nancy's home. Matter of fact, I'll tell you something crazy. The house that he lived in is the same lady who used to come out and complain to people parking by her driveway or people stepping on her property. Wasn't Sue Ellen. Wasn't Sue Ellen. It was another lady below Sue Ellen where this guy lived. And she would come out and she would just take pictures. Now I'm trying to understand why. And it might be because she might have thought people were prying about possibly her son. I'm assuming she's an older lady, probably her son. This is her son. And, you know, this guy has an extensive criminal record. But it just makes me wonder, is there others that have had contact with this guy or stayed at this guy's house, or, you know what I mean, someone affiliated with him that could have done this crime, because it's within eyesight.
You made a great point on that. Yeah.
But I'll tell you something crazy, Ted. He's represented. His lawyer. This is his lawyer.
Did he lawyer up?
This is his lawyer for his criminal case, right? I went to his lawyer's Facebook page, and this is what I found. Look who he's friends with. His lawyer's friends with Chris Nanos on Facebook.
Wow.
Not only that, but look at this. He's also friends with Walter Nash. Now, I don't know if you remember Walter Nash. Yeah. Walter Nash is kind of a mysterious attorney that one of these characters come to the scene, a drunk guy by the name of James Feather. Yeah. And he just keeps throwing, he came here multiple times and just keeps throwing Walter Nash under the bus. Well, Walter Nash, that's his Facebook. I found him on Facebook based through the lawyer, and also Nanos is friends, Facebook friends with this guy who is his lawyer. I'm not making it up, folks. Wow. If you look under Clay Crouch and just Google Clay Crouch and Mark Resnick, you'll see that's his attorney for some of his cases.
And was he questioned at all by the FBI or Pima County, or did he lawyer up right away? Do we know that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Knowing this case and knowing where we're at right now, I truly doubt Nanos even spoke to him.
Yeah, right.
I truly doubt it. Because Nanos, you know, basically as many people that, you know, have had access to the house or nearby have told us on our lives, off camera, on camera, off the record, on the record, that they have not spoken to authorities at the time. When you would think they should have, and you would think, because Nanos said it himself, everyone that had access to the home, we're going to speak to, you know? Well, that's not the case.
Right. Right.
Not the case. He didn't speak to the guy that did the weeds and stuff like that, next door neighbor who would walk through Nancy's yard, and he said he knew her as this Nancy and never spoke to him, never spoke to the garbage people.
Never spoke to the garbage people. Never spoke to
the garbage people. That's just two examples. Didn't speak to a couple of neighbors. Yeah, everyone that has had access to that property should be fully vetted completely. I would say including polygraphs.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's something like right when the crime scene happens, you tape off that entire area, you block off everyone until you've interviewed everyone and went through a fine comb on everything. I mean, it seems like I talked to an ex-sheriff, which I won't bring up his name, that worked under Nanos, and he said Nanos controlled that department like an iron fist. Like he picked his crew, and this was like he ruled with the iron thumb, and he you can't tell him anything. And you even interviewed someone at the courthouse that was talking about Nano and how his behavior. So can't tell him anything, it seems.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, he's running a mafia. He's a mafia.
It's a mob thing. Yeah, he's a boxer.
Get that way. You know, they let me get this thing. They responded today about the DNA. Let me get their tweet up. I actually responded to the tweet and said, I support you guys, you know, despite people critical, I still support you guys.
Me too. I always support law enforcement. You know, there's going to be bad seeds with corporations wherever you work. And, you know, that's what happens. But yeah, I'm pro law enforcement for sure until it until you're not, you know?
So right before we came on, this is what they tweeted out. This is in response to the new ABC News. Well, I'm not saying it's bombshell, but I'll read the report. Right. Pima County Sheriff's Department has worked with the FBI since the beginning of the Guthrie investigation. This is not new information. And they're talking about this DNA report. The private lab utilized in Florida continues to share information with the FBI lab and other partner labs across the country. DNA analysis remains ongoing. So the report's saying there's an ABC News report. Let me get this up, because this is in response to inquiries from Fox News and ABC News, who put out this report. I'm gonna put this up here because apparently the DNA is now some DNA in that house is literally let me get this up. Is literally at different labs, multiple different labs.
Really?
So multiple labs.
So my first not to interrupt, go ahead.
So let me just read this first. Nancy Guthrie abduction, FBI analyzing DNA recovered from her home, sources say. This is a new report. It came out today. It came out 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I saw it 2 hours ago, yeah.
The FBI recently received and is now analyzing potential critical DNA recovered from the Tucson home of Nancy Guthrie. Sources familiar with the investigation, but it triggered the Pima County Sheriff's to say, this is not new information. We have given the FBI from our Florida lab, and then they said additional labs. Goes on to say, Nancy Guthrie, 84, mother of Today show host Savannah Guthrie, was abducted from her home February 1st. Goes on to say, a private Florida lab that works with the Pima County Sheriff's Department sent the sample to the FBI in recent weeks. The sources said the FBI is now using new technology to conduct advanced analysis of the DNA sample to see if they can lead to Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper. The sample itself is not new, but has been part of the investigation since it was collected in February. One of the sources said. They say, goes on to say, the Pima County Sheriff's Department has previously described the DNA recovered from Guthrie's home as a sample that came from more than one person, therefore it needed to be untangled.
Untangled, right. That's what I last heard.
I guess that's the same word as the mixed DNA. Pima County Sheriff's Nanos recently told a neighborhood watch group that it could take 6 more months to separate the strands and isolate what investigators need. So he said it could take 6 more months. He's talking in a neighborhood watch group. And this is what else he said. I didn't know this. The sheriff also said as many as 5 other labs around the country are working on the Guthrie case. 5 other labs. It was not immediately clear which ones, what their roles are, or whether there are additional DNA samples that are potentially relevant. About 24 Pima County and FBI investigators are still actively working the Guthrie case. So about 25 people are working the case. 24, 12 and 12, 2 dozens. So after investigators released key evidence like the doorbell camera early on, seemingly little progress has been made on her whereabouts for the people or person who abducted her. So they are, and they respond to this report saying it's not new. The private lab utilized in Florida continues to share information with the FBI, which the report here and ABC said it just happened within a couple of weeks. Why are they just passing it over now, a couple of weeks, when we're 75 days?
Right. We're 75 days. And they
blessings to you too, JBF. Blessings. Your response, Ted.
Yeah, my first thing was when they found the DNA, it was tangled up. They had to extract 2 different strands of DNA. They said that would take a year. Now something new is it's at 25 different labs. And as of 2 hours ago, we're getting all this new information. My question for that is it being sent everywhere where that could be potentially compromised? I mean, how many different places are you going to send these different things with these different types of law enforcement or FBI? And how many people are in the up and up that know really what they're doing? And I'm not knocking FBI, but when you're just pouring it out, excuse my language, to everybody, how do we know we're going to, be able to do that? I don't know. I'm just shocked by reading that today. Well, yeah. But it is hopeful. Maybe there's progress, but they said a year from now when they first seen it. But
you're looking sharp today, by the way.
thank
Where
you.
you at? Are you casing storms?
So I was casing storms. I have a full-time medical device sales job, so I've been in and out. Yeah, I've been chasing a bunch of storms in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Rochester. I found some pretty big ones. It's my first time doing it, so you kind of got to go right into it when you can find it. It shifts a lot, but yeah.
Nice. Be safe out there, man. The storms are crazy. I saw one of your videos where you ducked into the hotel.
Yeah, I had to. I put my tail between the legs on that one.
Do you plan to go back out to Nancy Guthrie's home?
100%. So I'm planning to get out there next week. I was just waiting for, obviously I'm a full-time salesperson. I have a pretty big commission check coming in, and then I can book all the rooms and book the flights. And then I found out that there's a cheaper flight from Phoenix, which is only like $150. I can get a car, get down there, and I can be out there and start helping the good fight. So I'm more ready than ever. So
what's the strategy though? If you go back, because I'm considering going back myself.
Yeah. Yeah. For the strategy for me, because my best attribute is networking and communicating with people. So I do like the banners and I do like speaking with people. And again, I want to go like look for different things and find undisturbed, land. But like being a personable person and being a sales guy, I want to interview like the book club. She was part of the Mahjong club. I had someone send me all the contact information of everybody that was part of the book club, everybody that was close to her. So that's really what I want to do, is basically get into communication with these people. And some might be tough, some might not be, but I am open to going and searching. I'm just trying to use my best attributes, as an adult, on where I can make the maximum amount of effort. So also wanted to kind of throw that back in your corner with what you think the game plan should be. But I definitely want to get these flyers out, and I want to talk to a lot of people, because that's how you solve a case. Somebody's going to want that reward. Someone's going to slip up, say something, so.
Yeah, I'm a little skittish about, being in the neighborhood due to the fact of all
No,
this
not neighborhood. Right. Just
but that doesn't prohibit other things that could be done. But what actually could be done? I mean, I thought going down to the border area towns was an effective strategy.
I saw that.
I need more people. There needs to be more people doing that. And
let's do it. I mean, I'm all for that. Yeah. I mean, I thought that was great what you were doing.
In the towns. Somebody just passed this over to me. This is coming from this type of stuff. I mean, somebody sent this to me. I'm just going to share it, but it's probably a troll. But they put something in a chat. Let me get this up here. Let me move here. Let me move there. It's somebody pretending to be Nancy Guthrie in one of these videos. Look at that. Please save me. Please save me. Somebody said, Nancy Guthrie, please save me. See, and it's them talking about the Guthrie case on one of these videos, and someone, under the right there says, please save me. It's probably a troll, but that's been sent to me by people.
Wow, really?
Yeah, but people and they're Chris Nanos in the chat here. You know what I mean?
Hello, everyone. No, right. Yeah. Hello, everyone. How's it going this week? Sorry, I was just on a live a little bit early. Just jumped out of the shower. How do I turn my voice down on this thing?
I don't know if things like this should be taken seriously if somebody says they're Nancy Guthrie. I don't know.
What about handing out banners? I think I know you did that, like in Mexico, where people have typically a little bit, and I'm not discriminating, but a little typical lower demographic. I mean, if they could win a reward, maybe they know something, maybe they can say something, maybe in the local border towns. I know you're all over the border, and I've seen you part of the border a few years ago when you were going through all that.
Yeah, I'm a border expert.
Yeah.
No, I'm a border expert. Yeah, I know everything about it.
No, you really are. I watched the whole thing. I think it was a year or two back. So yeah, I definitely echo that.
Some of them recognize me, some don't. If the ones that don't, just talk to them for a second. They say, "Go, you really got to get permission to be out there, because the ones that don't, if not, you're gonna get guns and all types of wildness and craziness drawn onto you." It's wild, but yeah. Let me get Mike in the chat. You want to stay in the chat a little bit?
Yeah.
All right. Mike, give us a bone, Mike.
What's up, man?
It's going.
It's going.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, Ted?
Well, it is kind of weird. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you. I had to check in with the fellas.
Cool
Everybody,
deal.
Everybody doing good. I saw you chasing, and man, you were up early this morning, Ted.
Yep, I was. I early bird catches the worm. I get up early. That's just me. I went out late last night hoping to get a thunderstorm in pitch black weather. It failed, but I was going right at the tornado, and then it just kind of went east, and I was driving all day for 15 hours, and I kind of cashed it in. But thank you. Look forward to hearing you now on the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're here at day 75. There's stuff that, I think it's interesting to hear a little bit about the DNA, the newer things.
Really?
There were rumors yesterday that something big was going to happen on, these publications release this stuff. I'm not going to call the publication out, but we've already said that it's a bunch of nonsense. They put out a bunch of nonsense. They don't have like inside sources or anything like that. They put the whole time, this whole case, they pop up every 2-3 weeks and say something big's going to happen or something's going to be revealed, and it ends up nothing, right? Nothing. So that was the only really thing yesterday. There was nothing really popping off yesterday with this case at all. It's why I didn't come online, though I do like to hear from the people. And I want to hear from the people too. DNA, I think it's a big deal. Maybe they're, honing in on somebody. I do think that IGG is going to be a part of this case to, get at least who this guy is, this perp here, whoever he is, the IGG, Investigative Genetic Genealogy, the family tree. We'll eventually, get this guy or, his family lineage. And, they branch out and nail this guy. But who in the heck is he?
Who? We heard Walter Nash.
Yeah, Walter Nash.
We got to hear his name today.
I have to reach out to Walter Nash and ask him for comment on this Feather guy. But somebody also said that Feather was a little bit, some things are wrong with him, a little bit of mental issues, and he was put in, he was committed.
Oh,
multiple people said that. I don't know that for sure, but
sure.
He said definitely has some issues going on. So and he appeared under the influence. But sometimes when people are under the influence, though, they say things. You can't discredit somebody when they're under the influence. Sometimes that's when they pour their heart out.
A little slippery when they've got that. Yeah, I think it's coming, man. I think it's coming.
And I just think too, and this is just keeping it simple, but people from the area, kids grow up over time, right? She's lived there a long time. All of a sudden, they're like, holy cow, it's Savannah Guthrie's place. Maybe we could get some money for it. And these kids that have been playing around the neighborhood grew up. Some of them have felonies, some of them don't. And they kind of got together and maybe they thought it was cool. Like, hey, this is a big bang for a buck. 20-year-olds get together. If you're short on money, all of a sudden you're by a bonfire, you all of a sudden a joke becomes reality sometimes on what you're going to do. And when people have financial problems, nothing's off limits, unfortunately. I could still see it's close to the family too, maybe a long distance relative. Again, I don't want to smash the family here, but also someone that's worked in the garden, a roofer, the people that moved out, somebody that's known Nancy. 90%, I think they said that in the interview room, that doctor said 90% of these cases are someone that knows are close with somebody. And it could be easy as a tip off, just a verbal tip off. this is the house, this is the time she goes to bed. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but
yeah.
I want to get this tweet up. First, Jamie Unfilter says, different labs, different techs, scientists who will attempt different methods and analyze the different parts of the DNA, such as the STR versus mtDNA versus SNPs and Y chromosomes. I want to add to that because Ruiz just put out a tweet. Michael Ruiz, Fox News, put some things about hair samples. Apparently they got hair or something up there.
Really? Okay.
Let's get this up here. Apparently they got hair. What's up? All right. So he tweeted out another update here. He just put this out a couple minutes ago. I'm told this is a significant because the original hair sample has been sent to the FBI. So let's just go back to his other one here. He's saying basically is the data sent to the FBI from the Florida lab includes test results from hair sample Dun, dun, dun. Hair sample. They got the perp's hair. According to the source with knowledge of the investigation. Whoa.
Interesting.
FBI is receiving data, not the actual samples. It was expected to undergo more advanced testing. Bombs, C.C. Moore said a hair sample is unlikely to be part of the mixed DNA samples investigators were having trouble with. Not after it is cleaned for contamination, she said. They have that process in good shape, but it could take some time. So this is separate from the DNA.
I'm getting out. Get me right back in. I can't hear anything.
All right. This is, it appears they got a hair, somebody's hair. That's why I'm reading. That's the way I'm reading it. You see it that way? Another update here. I'm told this is significant because the actual original hair sample has been sent to the FBI, not just test results and data. According to the FBI official, this means the FBI can conduct advanced testing in its own lab or through one of its regular contracted partners. Can you hear?
I can now. Thanks.
Yep.
Yo, did they get somebody's hair?
They got somebody's hair, man.
You get somebody's hair, you're toast. You're toast.
Right.
That's it. Game over. Why are we learning this for the first time? Hair in the bed? What type of hair? Did the perp? Okay, so if this is the perp, what are we talking about? Facial hair? Or are we talking about hair on his lip?
Right.
Little
hair. I mean, this guy's dressed to a T, all up.
We got some
Even his hair. Is this
Little
somebody else?
mustache hair, maybe from biting the bite light, something.
that wrist hair.
Hair.
We were seeing the wrist.
Wrist hair.
Grab it.
Crazy Beat says there's a James Feather in the chat saying leave him out of it.
We will.
He's
We
trying to
will,
figure out-
James.
Probably somebody trolling as James Feather. Hey, Feather, if that's you, Feather, we'd love to hear from you, Mr. Feather. Mr.
Yeah.
Feather. Mr. Feather, you see that tips at JLR Investigates? Say I want to talk. I want to set the record straight, and you can come in and we'll know it's really you, and we'll listen to what you have to say, Mr. Feather.
Yeah, we love James. Come on in.
Come on
in
in.
the chat. Yeah.
So
we're getting a little bone. We're getting we're getting some nuggets.
We are.
Okay, so when we heard before it was mixed DNA, and it was, my thoughts on that was they botched it. They can't determine it, or whatever. Like it's already DNA. People that already have access to the house. It's not going to be an unknown person. But when we talk about hair, now I don't want to go the sick route, but I'm just thinking, what type of hair are we talking about?
Ooh,
Right.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, are we talking about some crazy type hair here that, from the perp, or what?
Let's just stick with the wrist.
Wrist hair?
Well, we saw the tattoo or whatever it was. So
Now, are they saying the perp hair, or are they saying it could be maybe Nancy's hair? Because women's hair can shed older in life a little bit.
But they would have already determined it was hers.
Okay.
Right?
Makes
You
sense.
think?
Right.
Because they already have the DNA in there, and they can match that really quickly, right?
Oh, okay. It was DNA matched. Okay.
Some people say, we'll just say pubic hair. People say eyelashes.
Bushy eyebrows. I mean, I know my hair, if I just touch it a little bit, it'll fall out.
Mustache.
Yeah.
Facial hair on people's arms.
Yeah, hair on wrist if you're fighting with somebody, if she's fighting for her life, getting out the door.
I'm just hoping that's it. I don't want the other
Believe
one.
it or not, like all humans, whether you're male or female, you shed hair.
You shed hair, yeah.
And they move hair. Now, you see the bald. I think the guy's bald-headed, so I don't know if there's hair on his head. There's definitely hair on his chin, I think.
Oh, yeah. Chinny chin for sure.
Yeah.
But where was the hair found?
Right.
In bed?
Ooh. We hope not. I hear you though. I mean, listen, we're all there. We're all there, at least I am. Money, drugs, sex. Those are the three. We're chasing the money. We're chasing money. And 9 out of 10 times it's got something to do close. We've got no car. We got Theo. Was it Theo the other night? I love him. Inside job, man.
Theo's good. I like
Theo's
Theo.
good. And then you got a lot of different people that call in that and are part of the chat, and a lot of it's common sense, man. A lot of it's like where people grew up, and it's just those are the things that are, and I know they've been cleared, I get it, but those are the things that are sticking out to me. Those things right there, and no car.
Yeah, and why aren't we showing, and I don't know if it still has to do with it, why aren't we showing the Kia more than that turns around this way and then goes that way at 231? Why aren't we showing other areas where that Kia or the whereabout of that Kia is? What do you guys think on that? Is that just somebody that they don't feel is responsible? Remember Kohlberger? They were following them everywhere.
So I think the key is irrelevant because it hasn't came out anything about law enforcement, about any inquiry about any Kia. We know about it.
Okay.
We've seen it in double backpack video. We've seen it, at 2:36 a.m. down the street. We've seen other Kia souls in the area suspiciously, but law enforcement has never put that out.
Right.
A vehicle of inquiry, and you would think at this point they would have put it out. I got somebody that sent me a message, a forensic genetic genealogist that shot me some stuff. I just sent her the link. So if you get this in the email, I'd love for you to come in the chat. So
yeah, please do. That'd be great.
We got a forensic genetic genealogist, law enforcement expert trainer. You don't even have to be on cam if you don't want to. You just use your voice. Come on in, CB. So hopefully we'll hear from her. And she can get it in the chat. She can explain a little bit about the hair because she says, for your information, if it's not hers or anyone else's in the fam, they can do good things with hair and rootless hair. No mixed in hair belongs to one person can get good STR for CODIS and ethnicity and names before FGG. Good news. Scary for Nanos because maybe indicates struggle in the bed.
Right. So there's also a
I'm sorry?
I was going to say there's also a video inside the house. So when you're propping the doors open, do you think they were propping the doors open so when there was a struggle to get her out easily, but then they went out the front? The propping the doors open and the inconsistency story that she told to Savannah. Remember the interview room was kind of like Savannah said things were kind of messed up. It didn't make sense. Do you remember guys catching that clip just recently?
I mean, I don't necessarily watch these other podcasters.
No, right.
I heard, you remember how we heard doors? I heard somebody talk about, it was a pretty reliable, I don't know if it was Banfield or not, but doors meaning like the interior door and then like the screen door type thing.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Into the kitchen.
Yeah, the question is those back doors, did they have screen doors on them? Did they have screen doors on them? Because if
they didn't look like it, did they?
2 doors per door.
Right, right.
Door, like I think there's at least 3. It could be 4. I still think the pool area has a door, though. I haven't really 100% verified that, but at least 3 on the side before you get to the pool. But you would think there would be one by the pool too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that general area, but just say 3. I mean, when we were talking about doors, do you have a door and then a screen door with the door?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm so tired.
Because when the pictures, they look like, I mean, from what I could tell with the drone photos, is look like a single door with those glass panes on the top. But then when I was listening to somebody that I think they knew the house decent was saying that it was the kitchen door on the left, but that's just something that I picked up on. But
well, Mike, I appreciate it. We got somebody in here with North Star Media. I'm going to get up in the chat
for sure. Hey, it's always good to check in and see what's up. Good to see you, Ted. And
hey, everybody, what's up? Good morning.
We'll catch up.
Yes, sir. I think we got a little bone. Got a little bone.
We got some bones, man. Take care, okay?
Everybody's well.
Talk to you soon.
Take care. Have a safe one.
Yep.
All right. So I got North Star Media, and then I have Christine, the DNA. But I'm gonna get North Star Media up in the chat. Hello, North Star Media.
Hey, JLR, Josh in Minnesota. We've spoken.
Hi,
First
Josh,
time I put out my channel name. Good. So I spoke with FBI today through the tip line.
Oh, you actually spoke.
And yep, I spoke with them today. And based on, some of the conversations we've had the last few nights,
Nice view. Let's see.
and they didn't seem to, well, at least the person I spoke with
We got a good view.
took the tips that I gave them because they were not aware of the
See that view?
CC. Know what I'm talking about.
It's not that good of a view, but
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Clay
Oh, Clay
Crouch.
Crouch. Okay, yeah, Clay
And-
Crouch.
how far it dropped
CC, Clay Crouch.
And that he was staying in that,
Whoa,
and
whoa,
that he
you're
was
saying
staying
they
in that
weren't aware of
house.
him? Whoa, they weren't aware of him?
Well, the person taking the tip line wasn't,
Oh, okay, yeah, they're just
not
like
the same
perception.
investigators,
Yeah.
but, and so
That
I
is
gave
kinda
her
weird.
that,
Yeah,
plus
so,
the fact that the person he worked for, Black Magic Roofing, was the son of the guy that had rented the house right next door to Annie with the gems.
Okay.
Next
And
door to me.
I've said, yep.
Yeah, you said
And then I also sent you a bunch of links, JLR, because I was up late last night. There was a case in Minnesota last fall,
I'll be back.
right around September, October, in Matamita, Minnesota, where
Okay.
home invasion, three home invaders went into the house during the day, held the father, mother, son, tied them up with zip ties. They all had masks, backpacks, and there was two guys, and they got $10 million in Bitcoin. $10 million. They demanded their Bitcoin. And the reason that these people know,
Well, when they got him, I mean, when they tie him up and tell him, give me your Bitcoin codes?
yes. And the sheriff here, they put out a brief statement about the invasion, said it was under investigation. They tracked these guys down in 2 days simply because they left behind a briefcase, and in that briefcase was a Wendy's receipt. So police officers went to the Wendy's at the time of the receipt, got the timestamp, found a vehicle, then went to the Holiday or Motel 6, found that same vehicle on footage was a vehicle with Texas plates that had been rented out of Texas. Within 2 days, they found these guys in Texas. Now, when they
wow.
caught these Rodriguez brothers, they said they were contacted online through a third guy that had set everything up. But
Kind of
the
similar to those
FBI had never. Huh?
It's kind of similar to those two kids that got popped in Scottsdale.
Same setup. Now, there was also an elderly couple in South Carolina in 2000, I think it was 21. I sent you all these links to these, and you can find them on my YouTube page. The videos are up there.
Right back in 1 second. All right, I'll sub in for Ted. Go
I'm
ahead.
reaching out to Alex right now.
Kidding.
Alex, I'm sending Alex the link. Are you there? Did everyone leave? Did everyone leave?
Here, I'm
Seemed
here.
like
All right,
everyone just
JL,
like went
let's
quiet.
explain what
North
we're
Star.
here today. I'm kidding.
Are you there, North Star? Oh, maybe he had like technical. Or is it me? I don't know. DNA expert.
Hello.
Hi, DNA expert. Christine, right?
Yes. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for coming out. I mean, wow. What do you think about what's this latest with this hair? And
Well, I'm glad to hear it, but as I put in the note, it makes the situation a little more what we didn't want to hear, depending on, I don't know. We just don't know what happened, which is horrible. And the more we can do to get this over with and get her home and get somebody identified. That's just my hope.
You work. Do we have a conversation on the phone before?
We had a conversation in person when you were down by the river. You were with what is it?
remember.
857?
Yeah.
Yeah, by the river or whatever that was.
How are you doing? You're from that, or you traveled a little bit of distance to come there, right?
Yeah, I'm in Scottsdale.
You're in Scottsdale.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, Scottsdale was, I talked to a gun owner in Scottsdale, they were
I know,
inquiring-
I was watching. That was
Well,
interesting.
Scottsdale. This case has made it all the way to Scottsdale in the Phoenix area. What you want to share the name of your company?
It's genealogy for law enforcement.
Okay, nice. So with that, hair. How will this work with the hair?
Excuse
You're
me.
saying
Yeah.
No.
So it's really good that they found the hair because they were talking about the mixture.
Mhm.
And so with the hair, that should eliminate the mixture issue. And hopefully it's kind of a little confusing with the information that we have. They've been able to pull some STR, determine, male, female, whatever, and get some preliminary information, even from the mixture. And they were talking about going out to different labs. There's a lot of different labs that, not 25. I mean, there are a lot, but there's several key players.
Name
that
something. Do you know something you name that it's
Yeah.
because they're talking about 5 different labs. Like what
Yeah.
lab it could be?
Well, we believe it went to DNA Labs International, probably Bodie, probably Parabon. I think Cece was talking about that. Othram. The hair may or might not have gone to Astria Forensics. So everybody kind of specializes in different things. There's a little bit different technology with the machines. And so hopefully all the labs, work together. And then there's also companies that like cybergenetics that interpret mixtures and can do things for that. So a lot of good players in the industry.
Did you have a problem with your foot?
With my foot? No.
I don't know. Lipstick Smear says, is her foot better now? I don't know who we're talking about.
No, that's not me.
Because I don't remember you in a cast.
Yeah, but no, thank you. But I'm good. Yeah. I'm just hoarse.
Nice. Okay, so all these different labs, why would they send it to multiple labs? Does that compromise this in any way?
Well, that's a question. I mean, as long as chain of custody is intact, you don't want to, depending on how big the sample is, if they amplify it, whatever they do with it, hopefully they're going to preserve it. And there's different things, like I think I had sent you in the note. It's not just the biological material. It gets transferred into, I guess we could call it like a machine language or a computer language that's interpreted. And so that's where you were reading the post about the FBI that they wanted the actual biological material instead of the file. So everybody specializes in different things. They've got different types. If we're talking about FGG, I mean, STR's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
But with FGG, we've gone to whole genome sequencing. So different people do different things. And why not give everybody a crack at it?
Well, will one come back quicker than the other, or say no go? Or I mean, somebody's going to get a result of a hair, right? If it's hair.
Well, you should have a usable file, right? They should get something from STR,
Okay,
and
so
then
STR, does the male female
short tandem repeat, right?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
then the whole genome, the SMP, the whole genome sequencing is for the family research.
Okay.
Okay.
So that takes a little bit longer because you've got to build the family depending on
The family, like yeah.
Yeah, depending on how many matches are there, and if I can do my public service announcement again, anybody that's tested with the companies, please consider moving, obviously opting in, no pressure, but please consider moving your DNA to GenMatch and FTDNA because we need more match population that's willing to work with law enforcement. If this person is of an ethnicity where we don't have a lot of relatives in there, the matches are smaller in number and smaller in centimorgans. And so it just takes more time. So
Okay.
the more population we can have in there, the better.
Right. Kind of like the Golden State Killer when they weeded him down.
Yeah, everything works the same way. It's whether when I do it, I work on biofamily cases and
Okay.
I work on law enforcement cases. So the process is the same. It's
Okay.
just the difference that when we're working on a family case, we're working with maybe ancestry results or 23andMe, MyHeritage, but those companies don't want law enforcement in there. And so thankfully, GEDmatch and FTDNA realize the good work that we're doing and the people that support us and opt in for that. So, but the process is the same.
Now, how long will this process take at that point?
Well,
with the hair.
Well, the output is one thing, right? So depending on, how fast they can get it in, they can run the sequencing and then get the file. That should be pretty quick, depending on somebody had posted, how clean it is, and then to be able to extract that. And then how many matches do we have to work with? When you put it up into the databases, you get results like the next day.
Okay.
Well, Michael Ruiz said, it just went on with his reports about the hair and just saying the person that they spoke to said this could be very important if the hair is determined not to be Nancy's and is male.
Yes. Yeah. So hopefully you can get something with YSTR because you can tell
but it's not
ethnicity from that. And you might be able to get some surnames. So that's always good. That's surnames? Surnames, like last names.
Oh, okay, surnames. Okay.
Yeah. People that are associated with. So for instance, if you have, Scottish people or English people, my last name's German, right? So they're associated with, now everybody, mixes and mingles through the years and across the continents, but there are some indicators there that you can make some preliminary eliminations.
Hold on, I'm changing. And then I assume the shorter the the hair strand is, like if somebody were to shave their entire body and there was just like a very small hair strand, could they still be able to match that? Or do you need a certain length of a hair strand?
Well, I am not the biologist, but they can do great things with the DNA. So I think if they have enough biological material, maybe we've got a biologist on here, but they can do great things with minute information as long as we get the cellular material and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all foreign and confusing to me, so I'm just kind of asking questions and things like that.
No, it's really fun and it's really exciting and it's great to see that.
It brought you out tonight in the woodwork, right?
Well, no, I've been watching for a while. Obviously I take interest in the case. We've got so many cases that need to be solved, but I've been advocating for this since 2021. That's when I started my company, and to be able to, most folks, when I talk to them, again, kind of a PSA, most folks think that our police departments have this capability and they don't. So they have to outsource this type of lab work and these type of investigations. And so we need to start budgeting for this like we do fingerprints and ballistics and things like that, so that we can bring this in-house and start doing this type of work. Like this is the next generation of law enforcement investigation. So when I saw it, I was really excited, right? Because obviously you don't want to have a case that's high profile and goes bad or has bad results, right? But this is good in a sense, not for Nancy or the family, but it's good because it highlights the opportunity that we have and what we can do with nothing else, right? If it comes down to the DNA, because it sounds like, and again, we don't know, but it sounds like we don't have a whole heck of a lot.
Right. And I got another, it might seem like a dumb question. In terms of someone dyeing their hair, if they're always dyeing their hair, can it compromise a hair strand? Or on a molecule level, are you okay with that? It doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh, I'm not the biologist, but
Okay.
Excuse me. I think we should be okay, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm not a biologist. Yeah.
Okay. That's
But
right.
that's a great question.
Thank you.
Murky says any STR sample they have has to be turned into an SMP sample before it can be used for IgG.
Correct. And this is part of the problem that, again, folks don't know. So for CODIS, right, that's the preliminary step when it comes
Yep.
to DNA.
Write
So
this
they
down,
take
CODIS.
what's called an STR. They do an STR test, which has been,
Yep.
commonplace, and then they put it in CODIS. And if they don't get a hit, then what are we going to do? Well, now, before we couldn't do anything. Now we can go to FGG, but it's a different type of test. Okay, so that costs more money. It takes more time, and it, if in cases like a lot of old cases that we had, if you don't have enough DNA and there's no more DNA,
Yeah,
well,
you can't.
we can't do it. There's nothing we can do. So again, talking about how much DNA do we have? How much do we need to preserve? Which way are we going to go? Sometimes in cases, you only have a minute amount of DNA. So you're going to say, well, which way are we going to go first, right? On different items of evidence, you have to say, well, which are we going to go for? Fingerprints? Are we going to go for DNA? Which are we going to do here? Because we only have so much to work with. So
and we are getting better with the smaller strands. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like 5 years ago, when if it was a strand that wasn't as good, like we are doing a better job with smaller strands left there, being able to identify people. Or am I off base?
You mean smaller amounts of DNA evidence?
Yeah, of the actual profile. Are we able to kind of, with technology, or is it still kind of where you need a certain amount
of the DNA evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, they could do great things with little. I mean, we've got
okay. That's what I thought.
The MVAC, and I mean, DNA is everywhere. So we're getting it. Look at some of the cases they're getting it out of.
They don't want to hear much talk.
Like stomach contents in food, and I mean, there's the technology is great. I mean, this is wonderful. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Is your lab capable of figuring this out?
I am not a lab. I just do the investigative part. I source different labs for my agencies depending on what capability we need. I did reach out to the sheriff's office to offer to help, and I haven't heard anything. So it sounds like they probably got it covered, but I'm always here to help.
That's what I'm saying. More eyes, more experts.
I know. And I will say, so you asked before, how long does it take, right? So once we get the sample out, how long does it take? Well, my quickest case is 48 hours. And my longest case is 1.5 years working part-time. So
1.5 years part-time.
Part-time. Well, and it had smaller matches, right? Again, that's why I'm going to, ad nauseum say, please put your DNA in those databases for us, because, it's easier when you have more matches, because we've got to identify all the different family lines, right? We're not just identifying one parent. We have to build all the way back and all the way forward. So there's a lot of people. How can I say this? There's a lot of people, we're built from our mom and our dad, but ultimately we're built from, and their parents and their parents and their parents and their parents. So all pieces of those DNA of those relatives come down to us through our parents. And so those are the little pieces, the little snips that we're identifying. So we have to identify all those relatives. So when we have higher matches, we can identify closer people. But when we have smaller matches, we have to go all the way back.
Gotcha.
So it's more trees. More trees we got to climb. Yes.
But that, I mean, just your honest opinion. If they, in fact, got a hair, and it is the perps, it's not anyone in that, or it's the perp. This perp is doomed, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to isolate who it is. Again, narrowing it down to the family. Is it somebody here? Is it somebody in a different country? And the big question, like you said, is it definitely the perps? Did they have a legitimate reason, right? Because we got to look at the defense side. Did they have a legitimate reason to be in the home?
Exactly.
Right. That's the hurdle. We were talking about statistics and different things about how these things happen and who commits these things. Like, let's just say it was a worker or a neighbor or somebody that knew
Right.
somebody from whatever, how, from a defense side. But I think for all of us, if we can narrow it down to a person, which they should, or a family of origin, somewhere close to this person, whomever's hair this is, then that's going to be an investigative lead that hopefully we can at least, I think at a minimum, we can find poor
Family.
Nancy and find
Right.
out what happened, because this is driving us all crazy. Prosecution for me, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel. I don't want to speak for the family or anything, but prosecution at this point, like, do we have a threat to the community? And, what happens if we can find her, find out what happened, praying that she's alive, you just got to say how are you going to be happy with what outcome, right? Like, what do we immediately need right now?
Folks who do IGG are not in a lab. They use just a profile file, a sequence of numbers, basically to make matches online. It's coming from Murky. Did you see that? Christine?
Yeah, so some labs have their genetic genealogists in, right? So when it comes to this process, I describe it kind of like a DUI. So in a DUI, you have the BAC, right? You got to determine the alcohol concentration, however you do that. And then you have the police investigation. So in this case, you've got the DNA output that gives you the file, the results, and then you put those results, that file, in the database, and it gives you the relatives. And then from the relatives, I call it like the computerized neighborhood canvas. So where you used to get a suspect description and go door to door saying, do you know this person? Does it sound like this person? Does it look like this person? When you put it in the database, it's going to say, hey, this person is like my cousin. Well, it's not going to be like my cousin. It's going to be, hey, this person is my cousin. And so you're actually canvassing those relatives in the database and putting it together and getting closer and closer and closer who you should talk to. So yeah, so some of the labs have forensic genetic genealogists that work in the lab, and then some of us work outside the lab. Some of them work in police departments. So it all just depends.
I mean, what's the salary of people doing this? Is it pay good?
I don't know for an employee. I know it's going to be an in-demand, profession, especially as a lot of this moves online. You'd have to talk to somebody from one of the labs to see what they pay their people.
What's a typical?
We got a comment here. It says, ask Tommy about DNA. He's a biologist.
Oh, nice.
It's just sarcastic talking about Tommy.
Okay. I get it. Yeah.
Tommy about DNA. He's a biologist.
That was kind of crazy.
Work shift for you? Like how many hours do you put in a day? I mean, I know it's case by case, but what is a typical work day of doing this? How long would something like this take?
It's not so much take, like I said, it just depends how many cases you're working, what the priority is of the case. Every case is different because you get different relatives, and sometimes it's a frustration level, right? Sometimes you feel like you're beating your head against the wall, and you gotta, maybe like you got to get up and walk around, but you typically work an 8-hour day. But for me, it's really enjoyable, right? I've been an investigator a long time. So especially when something's on the line, not that one case is better than the other, but when you get on a tangent and you're on a hot trail, you can do 12 hours and not even eat.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I got Alex in the chat. Alex, I've seen you sticking around. Hello.
What's up?
How are you, sir?
Hey, Alex.
Hi, somebody was calling for a biologist. How you doing, everybody? Good to see you, Ted.
Alex, we got Christine here.
Alex,
Christine, good to see you.
A lot about the IGG DNA.
You got me at the perfect time because I love talking about that stuff because I'm not a biologist, of course, but I do know a lot about that, about the genealogy and especially what Christine was saying about GEDmatch.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very easy to use. Like, you don't need a lab to do that. Like, just like my dad, he did the 23andMe, right? Or the Ancestry. And I asked him for the file because, like you said, it has to be a SMP file, I believe. But anyway, you could send it via email, right? So he sends it to my email. I uploaded it to GEDmatch, and right away I saw like third, fourth, and fifth cousins of my dad. So like it's a really, really easy, and GEDmatch is like real user friendly too. So anybody who has a profile that wanted to check it out, you know what I mean? And it's free. GEDmatch is free. So.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Thanks for moving it over there. And I have instructions at unknownhumanremains.com. I have instructions from the various portfolios on how to move your DNA over. But yeah, it's just a little computer file, a zip file.
Right.
And you just upload it and then your matches show up.
I think the difficult part, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, on any given day, how many cases on average would you be responsible for figuring out DNA? Can you get overworked in some cases, like where it just keeps piling on?
You can, but I won't accept work that I don't have the capacity to do, right? Because it's not fair to anybody.
Smart. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a conversation you want to have up front.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Good.
Yeah. How urgent is it? When do you need it by? But also too, you can't tell until you start looking at the matches, right? So
True.
You kind of want to know what you're going to have to work with before you start working it.
Another thing too that's important, Christina probably piggyback on it, is that you can't take an STR file and just switch it into an SMP file. You'd think you would be able to do that, but you just can't, because it's getting different signatures and different. I don't know the proper way to explain it, but you can't. In other words, if let's just say there was someone in GEDmatch, or not GEDmatch, in CODIS already, right? You can't ask for that copy to use it as a SMP, because that's the only time that you're able to be able to do the genetic genealogy, is to be able to have as a raw file, as a SMP file. Am I saying it right, Christine?
Yeah, and so that's one of the drawbacks that we have to pay the money to test again, and we have a lot of sexual assault kits, for instance, that we can't do anything with, right? So we've got to move them into the new technology. So we need to fund our police.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Christina, thank you very much for stopping
You're
by and giving us a
welcome.
little DNA perspective based off the new news out, folks. Hair found, but they let me know. Another question, Christine.
Okay.
Why are they coming out now with this about hair 75 days later? Why don't we know about this
Right.
weeks ago or months ago? Why now?
Well, I'm on both sides of it, right? Being retired, I don't want anything out. But being on the other side of it and wanting to help, you want to know, right? It's JLR, you talked about it, how it's, usually you cover all the cases and it's driving you crazy. I mean, it's driving me crazy. I want to, let me just have at it, right? And so it's a balance. You never know, and you also had, who are you talking to? Different people. Maybe it wasn't on your show, but they're talking about different things about releasing profiles and, why don't we have more information? And so I think sometimes it's a balance between, okay, we need to give the public something. We need to show we're making progress, because they don't want to get the attacks, but we really don't just know. Maybe it's something that the news station got and they needed to get out in front of it. We don't know. So it's a balance. I understand both sides of it.
Where was the hair found?
I don't know. I think they said in her bed. Was it in her bed?
Because I don't think they left anything behind, but that's me.
I mean, the hair could be anywhere. The hair could be on the doorstep with the blood.
Yeah, I don't know. I was in shock because I was waiting for the live to come on, and I saw the thing about the DNA, so I just quickly read it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a DNA case. That's me though. I just don't think they left anything behind. Or if not, we would have had answers already, because Koberger was on no national DNA database, right? With genetic genealogy, with the DNA found on the sheath, he was identified in 17 days. Here it's 75th day. If they would have had that already, they would have already been able to do genetic genealogy. Any kind of testing would have been done by now. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about 5 different labs. It's at now. You know, and they're including the Florida lab or excluding the Florida lab, and then the FBI. I mean, you got a lot of labs that are handling the situation, and that's not the hair. I think that's just the mixed DNA, and that's a whole separate matter.
But that's easy to do nowadays too, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, to be able to separate them.
Or even if they found a hair. One, when did they find the hair?
Right. No, I agree. Where? When?
When and where? And you would think the hair would have came back, wouldn't it, Christine? A hair come back, but you said it could take up to a year and a half.
Wow.
Well, that's
for hair.
No, that's not the processing. That's the building. I just was giving you an example of my case, doing the family matching.
The GG, right?
Yeah.
Right.
GG.
So, because that case involved different ancestry mixes that are very hard and don't follow the normal naming conventions. We'll leave that there. But no, to extract the DNA, right? And again, I'm not a biologist. I don't want to speak to these labs, but I think you're either going to get it or you're not, right? You've got a mixture, and then if you can't get it, then you want to go to a specialist to try to resolve the mixture, right? Like, I think you're either going to get it or not. So
Right.
It is a little frustrating, but again, we don't have all the details. So I think for me, I was really excited. Like you said, what do I think? I think that I was really excited to hear that we have a hair, because that's great, right? I don't know that we can't unconvolute the mixture, but that we have the hair, that's great. So let's just, we don't like the situation in our heads, but let's just pray that it's the perps and we'll get it, right? We just have to wait and be patient.
Hope this doesn't get to like the glove down the road found and end up being a restaurant worker. You might just,
exactly.
well, there was a piece of hair and it ended up being a cool guy.
Yeah.
So frustrating.
HVAC guy or something, that has access to the house.
Yeah. Well, hey guys,
Yeah.
I gotta run. I
All
really
right,
appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the
Thanks
great
so
work.
much.
Keep your
Dr.
spirits
Bean.
up
Thanks for all your
and just
insights.
let it rip. And let's all pray for Nancy. Thank you guys.
Thanks for your
Thank
expertise.
you very much.
You're
for your
welcome.
expertise.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. How are you? I want to bring on North Star back in. You got cut off or something at the time. Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry guys, my signal dropped on my phone.
No
All
problem.
right, so
Can you hear me?
no problem. Yeah, can hear you. So you
Okay.
said you spoke
anyway-
to the FBI. You said you spoke to the FBI today.
Today, through the tip line, so it wasn't an actual, investigator, but I gave him the Clay Crouch name and
Clay Crouch.
Alex's ties with him. Alex's ties with him to the roofer and the gem guy and all that. So they have that now. They're aware. And
We're aware, but at least you brought it to their attention just in case. We don't know.
I
Right?
almost wanted to make sure,
Yeah, we don't know.
I hadn't looked into, within the last couple of years, there's been 61 of what they call these nickel wrench crypto home invasions,
Oh,
where
interesting.
they got these guys going in teams.
In Arizona or
Home It's just one in Minnesota last fall. There was another one in Arizona around the same time as Nancy. They caught those guys.
saw that one. Yeah, I saw that
But
one.
they're catching, you guys didn't even know each other before the job because they both were recruited through the internet by the crypto guy. So the crypto guys are going out and finding these henchmen, you want to call them that, you're putting these teams together. The ones caught in Minnesota were two Hispanic brothers out of Texas. You got the only models, and all these videos, these news reports are on my page. They're in the playlist. You can look at them if you want. But the two from Minnesota were caught. And the two from Minnesota ended up giving up the crypto guy that they used. The crypto guy I don't think had been found yet, with the two in slow Arizona had the JLR.
Yeah.
Those two kids were caught.
Yeah, the same kind of thing you're kind of saying. It's kind of like the same type of scheme. They're coordinating with somebody in a chat, an app chat, directing them what to do. Right.
Right. There was
Similar.
an elderly couple in South Carolina, because saying they, it's rare to have elderly targeted. Elderly couple in South Carolina about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Same thing, home abducted, tied up with zip ties, got their crypto. That they got about 150,000 that time. The one in Minnesota was 10,000 or 10 million. There was an OnlyFans in California. Her house was invaded, and they never got the Bitcoin because her husband had scared them off and actually shot one of them. But in all these cases, the perps are all dressed alike. They all have backpacks. So this is the new normal. Burglaries. Yeah, they're all following the same pattern. 61 cases have been reported in the last 3 years.
So you think this could be something similar to this here?
I think it follows the same path. It's simpler than saying, it's the FBI or, she's under witness protection because of something Savannah reported on her. Epstein's still alive. And it's just more simple. It's cut and dry. So
and what did you do the FBI, though? More about Clay Crouch or the crypto stuff, or both?
Both. Yeah. And then I also brought it to their attention just on a whim. 3 days ago, 857 covered an intentionally set fire 30 miles east of Nancy's in a big wash. Now, this wash you could drive into because the fire trucks drove it. They set spot fires to burn a certain location. Could Nancy have been in that location if Perp went back and wanted to make sure to cover their tracks by setting a fire?
Hey,
I've seen a lot of fires in the washers, though, I ain't gonna lie. Like for where the homeless live at, I'm not saying like a big bonfire,
but setting a fire to an area puts risk that somebody was going to see remains there once the fire.
Too, yeah, very much.
Right. Like if you got a body, something there, and you're setting a fire to a place to get rid of evidence, well, you're also drawing law enforcement to the evidence, because if they're putting out a fire and they're like, "Holy smokes, Scott! Look, there's some bones. There's some bones." You know what I mean?
But these guys panicked. Maybe they're thinking, "Hey, if I can get rid of this evidence somehow, I got to get rid of it somehow. I don't have time to go out there in the middle of the day where there's trails and bury a body." But anyway, I just told them to look into that. Anyway, and then
Tussin Tax says here, did the other burglaries, the crypto burglaries, did they take an 84-year-old woman?
There was a couple in their 80s in South Carolina. Go to my page, the video, the news reports are all there. They're all different crews. This is just the new normal. And they're all and the reason that they get these people, they're targeted, but they're I don't even think this was tied to being Savannah's mom, because what happened was there was a data breach that listed how much cryptocurrency these people had, their addresses, and everything like that. That's how the Minnesota was targeted. That's what the sheriff put out. They believe that's how this guy was targeted, and how the couple in South Carolina was targeted through data breaches.
Yeah, I was going to throw in there, like, it's funny that elderly people would be targeted for Bitcoin, being that it's not really like older people aren't, you don't think 84-year-olds would be really into the Bitcoin thing. You know what I'm saying? But like what you said makes sense. But what you said makes a sense is that if there's a list of older people that do have crypto, well, then that's different,
If there was a data breach and Nancy's name was on there, they're just going to see Nancy Guthrie and her address. They're not going to say, "Hey, this is the mother of Savannah on the Today Show."
You think she had crypto, maybe?
It could be not even related to him. I don't know. I'd like to know if Nancy had a crypto wallet.
I just want to touch in. Many people have sent me. I haven't verified this, but I got four about the hair, the news of the hair found, and people are saying that Fox News is reporting that the hair was found in her bed on the second trip to the home for evidence.
Second trip, wow. Okay, at least they got it. At least they
I mean,
got it, right?
I'm getting this from multiple. I haven't confirmed it. I can't find the Fox News article. If someone has that, send it to me. tips@jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. I'm looking, but this is like the fourth person that said, "Hey, I got some info about the hair. It was actually found in her bed on the second trip," and multiple people are sending me this in this way. So, I mean, that's
Well, you know, it wasn't Nanos investigators that found it. They didn't even pay attention to the blood on the step.
Well, that's
Don't
what I'm
even know about
saying.
the floodlight.
That's what I'm saying. Neither did Annie and Tomas when they called Savannah on the phone. Said, "Oh yeah, I think she had maybe a medical emergency. They took her out." They didn't say Annie didn't say, "Oh my God, Savannah, there's blood all over the front step." They overlooked the whole blood.
Right.
So you think they
Yeah,
ruled out Tommaso already? Because if not, in other words, like, could they have ruled him out already, or do they not? Because in other words, his hair found there, it would be reasonable to be there. You know what I mean? Because he's family, stuff like that. Like, did they? I wonder if they ruled any family out yet.
Tommaso's got to be ruled out. Tommaso's got to be ruled out just on the fact that they don't make balaclavas that damn big.
He got a pretty big head. Not to make fun of his head, but he got a pretty.
I think someone said the other day, they said it could be a hoodie under the balaclava. I don't know if that's true. I always thought it was like a prosthetic mask or something, but I don't know.
Or a big bushy beard.
Or a big bushy beard.
Who got a lot of hair?
The other thing you got to look at other things, and sorry, this is the big bombshell, JLR. Look at people that may have interjected themselves into the investigation late. You know, like maybe a streamer that ended up in Rio Rico getting roofied.
Right there, right here. This guy right here. Look, right here.
We haven't been able to
Nice.
find him. Have you found him?
Did you get
I knew
roofied?
that was coming.
Did they roofie you? Did they literally roofie you?
I voluntarily had my own.
Plead the
drink.
fifth.
You voluntarily
Sorry,
had what? What did you have?
I'm giving Ted a bad time, but
Tequila
Oh,
and
he's
tequila.
smiling.
We like. Hey, Ted loves when we mess with him. He's good. He's cool about it.
No, I love
Hey,
it. I think it's
Yeah,
fun.
Ted's a
Ted,
good
put a
friend, man.
mask
He's a good
on.
guy.
Ted put a mask on. Everybody else did the other night.
Well, you know, you got to put a
Oh,
mask
for
on.
sure.
We need to vet you out, in or out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I'm right in front. I was front center. I mean, I would hope the security cameras could like figure out, hey, this guy, and do my background search. I was in Tucson twice. Before that, I was at a family's wedding in October. So they could vet me all they want. I got nothing to hide. But we just want to find the real person.
All right,
At
gentlemen.
least
I
you're
have
not
a
like
question.
Alex, you need to step back from the investigation.
Hey, I got a question.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
hypothetically, what if the hair comes back as Tommaso, but it was in Nancy's bed?
They can't.
Ooh.
In other words, it's not semen. It's not
would that be
biological.
odd? Would that be justifiable to have? I'm just
He
saying
could've went-
hypothetically.
could have been
I
on her
don't
clothes.
tuck my mother-in-law into bed, so that would be questionable.
Right. But
Yeah.
not tucking her in, but it could have been on her clothes in the car.
Oh, true.
You know what I mean? So it's like he is
Yeah, it could be
part of the
like
family.
touch hair. What, like touch DNA could be like touch hair too. People's
Right.
hair. I got cat hair all over.
Yeah.
me.
I'm in a hotel.
Cat hair all over me.
Yeah.
Then we're right back down.
back to square
Don't-
one. I don't know. That's what sucks.
And that could be another thing too with the hair. Whatever's hair in the back. Nancy could have been anywhere, and she could have
Right.
Could have been the hair of Tommaso and Annie's from when she was at their house.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have to explain if there was semen found. That's a whole different scenario. But hair,
I don't even want to use I don't want to go dark, crazy.
Yeah,
thought.
I know. But what I'm saying is, in other words, but identifying hair is a whole different thing than identifying
Or-
biological material, or whatever.
I just want to say shout out to Leanne Adamson. I always butcher your last name, Leanne. But New Zealand's in the house. New Zealand is in the house. So welcome to New Zealand.
Awesome.
Welcome. But yeah.
Yeah.
Just because but the hair could, the hair in the bed.
I'm not lying.
Oh, hey.
That.
Okay.
Mom had to go
if
to
it's
work. I didn't know she worked, so a Raider's gonna take me to work. I don't know. I don't think they're coming back though.
I'm gonna run to the restroom. just
Alex,
for
who's
one
that?
Really
second.
good.
Oh, it's my daughter.
Oh, okay.
oh hi.
Yeah, I'm at my daughter's. My youngest has a softball game. So I'm out here chilling with you guys, watching the game.
Oh, you're at a softball game. Baseball.
Yeah.
Game. Nice.
Nice. What a dad.
People send me the Fox article. by Ruiz.
Puppy.
Yeah.
Puppy Alex.
Say it again.
Anyway, I
Yeah.
said good puppy.
Right.
You're similar to when you send a tip. Now, if your tip has any merit, you'll get a call back from the FBI
Yeah.
doing a follow-up. But if you don't get a call by here's the thing is you literally gave them Clay Crouch's name.
I did.
Okay. So with that being said, if they call you back, then Clay Crouch could be a person. But if they don't call you back, let's just say they're not even interested in Clay Crouch.
Right.
You'd think they would have vetted him out a long time ago, but I don't know though. You know, of course, I'm just throwing that out there, being that he had lived there. You'd think they would have looked at it.
Love Alex.
And then
Thank you for all your prayers for my sister, Misty Haynes says.
That's like the 61 other home invasions that follow the similar trait. If we can figure it out, you got to think the FBI has figured it out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then back to Rio Rico, just wanted to cover my tracks on that. Most people that have high exotic cars, they don't keep these just parked for days out front, right? They're in and they're out. So it's not like you can Google and find the cars. Like they're there and they're gone. So
one more thing was in 2 of these invasions, the same car was reported in both locations. You can go look at. I got. There's about 8 or 9 news reports for these different cases, but on 2 of those reports, it was the same blue car, and I can't remember what model it was. It was an import of high end. But anyway, I just want to let you guys know that these cases, even though it's an 84-year-old woman taken, the other ones never had a death involved either. So if she died, now they're not just looking at a home invasion for 12 to 20 years. They're looking at life. So then you want to get rid of a body because it's harder to solve a murder without a body.
I appreciate your time, North Star Media, Josh.
Hey, we'll talk to you guys later. Have a good day.
Yeah, it was great talking with you.
Next time, Ted, I want to see you put the mask on.
For sure, yeah. I mean, nothing.
And the other thing with Tommaso, if they can make a mask that big, and his mouth lamp would be one of those Magna lights that the cops carry on their belts, that would fit.
Right.
Have a good day, guys.
Have a good day, Josh.
You too. Take care of yourself.
All right, we got a Lou, L-U.
L.U. What's up, Lou?
Hi, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. I am from Tucson, and I live about 20 minutes away from Nancy, where Nancy lives. And I'm going to say lives because I'm still hopeful.
She's alive.
I know. I have a few comments to make from way back and then some current comments. First of all, JLR, when they started investigating Tommaso's home and car and such, I remember you walked around their property, and it looked like their property was kind of on a corner because as you walked around a corner and you said, I think this is still their property. And right at the corner before you turned, there was a nasty, nasty, nasty smelling septic manhole cover. And I remember you saying, oh my God, that's terrible. That's putrid. And then about a week after that, you called Alex when Alex was at Nancy's and said, hey, we're getting a report, check manhole covers. And he walked around on Nancy's property and in the street and he said, oh no, this one's too small, blah, blah, blah. And that's what triggered my memory of you saying how bad that one smelled. So bad right there on the corner of Tommaso's property. I've never heard that they've checked that out ever. And I remember you saying that was really bad.
The manholes around that.
I don't know about the manholes around Nancy's were small. I never looked at the manholes by Tommaso's.
Right.
Those might have been bigger, so I don't know.
Right.
Thank you very much,
JLR
Alicia. You did not
smells
have to
it
do
so
that.
bad.
Thank you very much. You did not have to do that. That was so sweet of you. Please, you do enough. That is so nice. You did not have to do that. Thank you. Please, I wish we could give that back to you. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. You're a sweetheart.
from way back because that kind of stuck with me. And another comment I was going to make from a while back is a lot of people are saying, why would they take her and not make sure she has her medication? I used to work for a pharmacy for years, and quite a few years back, insurance has changed where they kind of force you to get a 90-day supply. Not only do they force you to get a 90-day supply, if you don't pick your prescriptions up on time, they'll consider you non-compliant or that you don't need it, and that they'll stop paying for your prescriptions. So a lot of times people will have a stockpile just because they're forced to pick it up or the insurance will stop paying for it. So it's highly possible there's a 90-day supply sitting in her house already that she hasn't started yet. So that could have been taken.
Well, it could have been taken because the contents of some of the warrants on Luke and Carlos specifically said any medications of Nancy Guthrie in the warrants.
Interesting.
Right.
Top of stuff, Nancy Guthrie herself.
Right.
I believe her medical equipment
and
medications was listed in the warrant.
Right.
Meaning it's possible, they were looking for the medications too with Nancy.
Right.
Right.
And I think they were going by what was either on the counter or on the nightstand or like that. But she could have had a 90-day supply in her medicine cabinet that whoever took her took with them. So it might not be that she left with no medication. So that was another thing I was going to interject in there was that.
There's some reasons possibly you feel she could still be alive because we're still in that 90-day window.
Oh, well, yeah. And also I just wanted to debunk people thinking, well, she had no medication. Like she only had 10 days left in her bottle or like that. But that's not necessarily so. I hope she's alive. I mean, I really do. There is always that possibility that, a 3-month supply went with her. I don't know that that's the only thing that would have kept her alive. She seemed very frail and feeble, but she also seemed pretty with it, smarts wise.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope that. And another thing I wanted to say, I'm sorry about all this. Another thing I wanted to say, it's making me really angry about trying to ban people completely out of the neighborhood at Nancy's. And I feel like still at this point, they're still kind of, they have to allow it as far as like the Juice and Alex and like that, because they're not taking their cars, they're not going on properties. Well, at least Juice knows he can't use the porta potty anymore.
I asked to use that porta potty and they had no problem with it. So I think I don't know. Maybe because they're stepping up everything. I don't know.
I'll just touch in on that. I'll just touch in that, in the last couple of days, I've been, sniffing around for First Amendment lawyers in Tucson.
Yeah.
Sending inquiries saying,
Nice.
journalists out there can't park in front of the street. They create this no parking ordinance under the guise public safety, protecting public safety. Is this constitutional? Is this something you would like consider doing? Whether I have to pay or maybe they take the case on, maybe stuff, but no one has responded back to me yet. But I'm going to keep looking around and see if
ACLU, ACLU of Arizona, stuff like that.
There's First Amendment lawyers that might say this is unconstitutional, where you just say you can't park, particularly when we're like now 2 months into not parking on a public street.
And you can't urinate. You can't urinate in public. That's against the law. So if you can't do it on the easement, none of that stuff. So him going to the porta potty was probably the best thing. What else? Where else could he have went?
Right, but it was considered on their property is probably
right. But the thing I was looking up is it doesn't say no trespassing on the porta potty. So he could have argued.
It wasn't the owner of the property that made a complaint to police. It was these idiots out there that are just making frivolous calls, whether it was a neighbor or someone on the internet calls. See, the thing about it is they can't technically do something to Juice because they have to get a hold of the property owner to ask if they had permission in the first place. And they probably couldn't get a hold of the property owner and just say, because you can't just cite somebody if the property owner doesn't say anything. So they have to try to probably scour around trying to call and track the owner of the property.
You can't walk anywhere and go. There's no public place around there where you can go use a restroom. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's just ridiculous too with public walkway. I mean, the only way you could shut down public walkway would be like martial law, right? I mean, you can't.
Right.
Freedom of the speech, freedom of your rights. I mean, if a cop comes
Freedom of
up
the
with
press.
your badge number, what's your last name? I've been videotaping this whole time. Calling people and harassing on them is a form of harassment. Calling on us.
Right.
I mean, when we have video cameras, it just seems
Well,
silly.
abuse of 911, all kinds
Yeah.
of things. But
Yeah, you're wasting police
Like
services.
pressing charges on someone for going in there and using the porta potty by the street.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean,
No construction site's going to do that. Matter of fact,
right. No one.
No,
Yeah.
no. And then, and my point is right now it looks like they can't do anything about it except maybe give people a hard time and hope they leave. But
That's it.
Nancy or Savannah and Tommaso and Annie all went down there. They contributed their flowers. They contributed their letter. They said their wishes, just like everybody else went down there and contributed that hope garden, whatever we want to call it. I don't want to call it a memorial because I try not to think about that, but everybody contributed to that, including the family. If the HOA ends up trying to yank that out, number one, I will be livid that the family allows that. Because they're not just yanking it out from us and Nancy, they're yanking it out from the family as well. So that would show that the family really didn't care that it was there. Number two, I don't think Savannah thinks she's dead or alive. I don't think Savannah knows, and I'll tell you why. I do not feel that Savannah would allow all of the passionate people in our city to grieve, worry, search, pray, put flowers, and all that if it was already settled and we just don't know.
And making us look like idiots. Not that we wouldn't keep
Savannah
doing it.
would do that. And I also don't think, I honestly feel like Savannah does not think it's Tommaso and Annie, but the only reason she does not think it is because the sheriff has her convinced of that.
Very
And
possible.
that's the
Yeah.
only reason she stands by the family. Savannah has a good heart. Savannah has a sincere heart and a genuine heart. But I'll tell you what, she's been buffaloed by this sheriff. I'm not going to say the sheriff's department. I'm going to say it's the sheriff. And I still feel in my heart of hearts from the very beginning that Tommaso has something to do with it. I don't think he physically had something to do with it. I think he gave the capabilities and the intel to minions. And I think the minions are Colella in California. I think he's one of them. I don't think he was here doing the physical acts, but he may have supplied people to Tommaso. That
Who'd be the crypto? Who's his crypto guy?
I don't know that
If it was.
crypto, but
No,
if
no,
it's
no.
crypto,
I mean,
that's an
if it was Tommaso, who would be his crypto guy to be doing all this? I wonder, you know?
well, Colella knows something about it, obviously.
Right? I mean, he did reply.
Yeah. He's
Right.
he's the one that said he texted both of them and he said, "Did you get the crypto yet? I'm waiting to find out." How would he know about that? That means he knows Tommaso knows something about it. And I'll tell you what, I think the only reason we know about that is because Tommaso's phone had already been seized when those messages came through. I think Tommaso and Annie's phone had already been seized because they were already checking Tommaso and Annie out, their property, their car, everything. So I do think Tommaso is the head of it. I think Colella maybe supplied people to Tommaso or names to Tommaso. And I do think it's more than two, it might even be three people. But I truly believe that. And Nanos, I have never believed anything he has said from the beginning, except nobody's cleared until we find the person.
I'm
or
saying,
we find Nancy. That's
can
the only
Nanos-
thing I've ever believed he said.
can Nanos actually go onto a public stage right now? We would believe what he said.
Not me.
Or what he says at this
Not
point.
me. And
But
I'll
it's
tell
me.
you,
Now,
if
would
he,
you believe-
I hope he does find. I hope he finds who did it, but only because I want anybody to
You want the
find
right
it out.
person, though.
I
You don't want
want-
him to. You don't want
whoever,
a
I
patsy.
don't,
Yeah, you don't want a patsy though.
whoever, I don't care. But if he finds out who it is and he wants to pat himself on the back and smile and laugh, and he's never going to redeem himself. He has shamed this city. He's shamed this county. He's embarrassed the people that works for him, and he's treated his people like minions. He
Go
is
on.
never going to redeem himself ever, as far as I'm concerned, ever.
Right.
Never, ever. Savannah should have, from the very beginning, if Mark Kelly is above Nanos, Savannah should have, he should have just fired Nanos to begin with, or set him in the corner on timeout.
Nanos thinks he's higher than him though, probably.
Well, he sits up there. That's a brand new building. He's got his brand new office, and he sits up there and thinks he's doing us a favor because he gives a select few a 10-minute meeting so that he gets to pick the questions, and no questions that he doesn't want to answer. And he thinks he's doing us a favor. Well, I'll tell you what. He didn't go out there in the desert and pee in bottles just to be able to search for 24 hours and get sticker pricks in his britches and sweat 5 gallons a day. No, he didn't do that, and he hasn't done that. And he doesn't care. He's narcissistic, and he only wants his little face to be shown when it looks good. And there is nothing that looks good about that man right now in anybody's eyes in our city or our county. I'm sorry to be so passionate about that.
Agreed.
And
This is coming, folks, from a Tucson resident.
And I only have one more thing to say. And believe it or not, I am able to shut up when I asked if they do decide to get those flowers down. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I thought maybe you cut me off. If they do decide to take that Garden of Hope down, I don't see why we can't get 50 or 100 people to stand 5 feet apart down that street, each with us with only one rose, and just friggin' stand there.
Yep.
In solitude and just pray.
Where do we park?
And we
Where
can
do we
go
park
to the
though?
banner, and we can do that. And we could go to the sheriff's department and stand there, everybody with a yellow rose.
Let's crowdfund, buy the house 2 doors down for $750,000. Let's offer him $400,000 cash. $400,000 cash.
Let's all move in. Let's all move in.
And you know,
it's a house for all. Anyone can come. Anyone can visit the neighborhood. Everyone can come. Free parking, 2 doors down, and you can come out there. What about
Airbnb.
what about if we offered a $400,000 cash in the interest of finding Nancy Guthrie? Will you be willing to sell your home for $400,000 cash?
That'd be awesome.
Take the offer, and then we have a house. We have a staging ground. Then anyone from around the country can come to the house. You can stay at the house. We'll use it as a command center, and we want to furnish the house all like that, and just have whatever. And then you plant cameras, put drones up, stay out there, eyes and ears right there, and keep watching what's going on.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's so maddening. And if they do that, I'm just going to be so heartbroken about that. If they take that Garden of Hope down.
They're not. I don't think they are. But HOA, they don't have any rights to the street. They have the rights to their neighborhood and their houses,
Right.
but not to the street.
No,
They
they're
don't have
twisting
any.
arms right now. They're twisting arms, but it seems like they sit in their own little corner meetings and just decide how much harder they can make it on everybody.
Exactly.
It's not right. They want this to go away. They want it to be forgotten. How can it be forgotten? The only thing that is gone away is Nancy, and we need to bring her back either way. And JLR, all you guys are talking about what we think we can do about search or flyers or banners. I have a suggestion. Quite a few years ago, there was a segment on the Today Show with Savannah. She owned or owns, I don't know if she still does, a house in Vail, Arizona, which is about 30 minutes or so.
Right.
Southeast?
Not far.
In Tucson?
Yeah.
And the segment was about how much she loves Vail, so much so that she named her daughter after the town of Vail, the city of Vail. Now, so she's very well known there, probably went to, at that time, the only church there. It's bigger now. That might be a good place to go for flyers. Might be a good place for the sheriff's department to put a damn billboard up. Might be a good
So
place to search.
I was just going to say, so who in your opinion, and again, it's just your opinion and it could be speculation, who do you think has committed this crime?
She said kind of.
I don't know about committed it, but I think Tommaso's created it.
Okay.
Orchestrator, he orchestrated
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't care what they say. I'm going to say what I think.
Puppet master, puppet.
Okay. Makes sense.
I think he's
Okay.
the mastermind.
Make that perfectly clear, ladies and gentlemen, to avoid all defamation liability.
That's my opinion.
This is speculation. We're not
Speculation.
saying Tommaso
I'm-
did this. Never
I'm
said
saying I speculated this from the beginning and I still stick with it. And I'll tell you on this, I think, let's see, Nanos has only given 1 or 2 press conferences. All the others were all like little tidbits of great
Crap, yeah.
issue to us of 10 minutes. But he said in the first, I think maybe it was the second one that she only gave 2. He fumbled, he stuck up for Tommaso like so much like, oh, well, it was an hour. It makes a lot of sense that the family would look around for an hour and before they would call the police. What happened to that whole 4-minute spiel about that? And then it disappeared. Oh no, in 6 minutes, the sheriff was there after the family got there. What happened to that? And how fast they discounted what is his name? Derek Kalala? They discounted that like that. The minute that guy sent those texts, it was, oh, no. It was all of this or all of that. That was so fast how they kicked him out of the spot, out of the limelight on that.
He's still fighting the case, though, I believe.
Look at that
Isn't
guy. He could have shaved that mustache off easily. Look at him.
I know, but it does look like a lot of people, like I have olive skin, so you just got to kind of be careful too, because a lot of people can match that suspect, without throwing yourself under the bus.
I don't think it was him because I think he was in California, possibly.
Okay.
But what I am saying is everybody keeps saying, couldn't be him or that beard or couldn't be him or that. It could be any of those people they've showed.
Right.
But I
don't know.
still, and this is my opinion and my speculation, no fact, just putting the facts together, or what we don't know means something too. And I'm telling you, I feel in my heart of hearts, Tommaso has something to do with it, and he knows. And maybe the minions, some of those have been eliminated now.
I might be speculating, but I think Tommaso isn't involved. That's just me. I did it the first, but I've just kind of given up on that path. But I know that I don't know the percentage, but there's a lot of people that still feel he's involved, no matter what the sheriff said. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah, I kind of piggyback off Alex on that one, but I'm very open on both sides. I'm not going to shut the door closed whatsoever on that.
I mean, we right. You're right. Things change, so I get it. And
I'm telling you, if it was all over the news that somebody thought that I had arranged to have my mom snatched and all this and that, I'm telling you right now, I'd be on the news pointing my finger and screaming at them and saying, hey, spend your energy instead of accusing me. You need to start spending your energy out there helping me look for my mom.
That's
100%.
Why are you accusing me, my wife, my sister? This is where we need to put our energy. Do whatever you need to do to eliminate me. Tell everybody. We check this, we check that, we check that. I was here, I was there. This shows what time I got home from dropping off Nancy. This shows they don't have any of that. Where's the tape where they searched around for an hour or searched around for 10 minutes looking for her first before the police got there? Where's that tape?
I would be at the restaurant where we ate. This is what we talked about. This is what happened after the fact. I mean, I would give as much information as possible. I'd want a polygraph test. I'd be all over there going crazy. Yeah,
exactly.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I wouldn't be my wife and I hiding our faces and ducking down as we're driving by. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Tell me why. Why you do that? You're just asking for people to speculate or suspect you.
100%.
Why do you do that?
Hey, Lou,
I know some people have different characteristics, the way they're raised and stuff like that, but I would be in everyone's face, just beating the drum about my mother and who took her. And it would be the hardest thing in my life.
Human is human.
Yep.
Human is human. You lose your mom. Everybody's got that same reaction if the passion and the care is there. No, you don't say, well, he doesn't really show his feelings and he's kind of quiet. No, when you lose your mom, you are a flame and you want anybody to help that you can get.
I agree.
But anyway, I'll get off my
Thank you for the
soapbox.
call. I definitely agree. That was powerful.
If you are thinking about a new place to search, I feel like Vail might be a good place to search since Savannah used to live there for quite a few years. That was her home. She loved it there. In JLR, I didn't think about that until Dr. Q came on and was talking about social.
Yeah.
And I thought, ooh, wouldn't that be creepy if somebody took her and they're like 2 doors down from her house where she lived? You know what I mean? But that's why I thought of Vail at that time, because she did used to live there, if she doesn't still own that house. And she's very well known in Vail. And that might be a good place to pass out flyers. Or I know Jim, is always looking for a place to search. Tad's looking for a place to go out and search. That might be a good place to search.
Thank you for your time, Will. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys take care and be safe. And boy, let's just hope all this energy pays off.
Yep.
Yeah.
God bless.
All right.
Oh, that was Tucson resident Lou. We got Kelsey. Hi, Kelsey.
Hi, JLR.
How you doing? Good. How you doing?
How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good.
Doing good.
What's on your mind?
So I'm the one who sent you the email about the article and what people are missing. So it's not from Fox News. It's from ABC News is where it's from. And it says, local investigators collected the hair sample and other evidence, such as a clipping from Nancy's bed sheets.
Clipping from Nancy's bed sheets.
Yeah. And it says, this is believed to be during early processing within the second time processing of the home.
So was this article vetted by the FBI? Did the FBI get back to you on this, or?
No, this is just straight from abcnews.com. This is what they put out today with the DNA information.
Okay. Just getting up to speed.
When was the second time they went there?
I mean, it doesn't give a date. It just says during early processing of the home, believed to be the second processing of the home.
But like you imagine how many cops trampled all over the scene before that too. It could have been anybody there, but the clip of the blanket or whatever you said, the sheet or whatever. I mean, hopefully maybe that yields something, maybe saliva, who knows?
Well, it says such as a clipping from Nancy. Yeah. So local investigators collected a hair sample and other evidence, such as a clipping from Nancy's bed sheets. That's what ABC put out today, along with the DNA information. So I just wanted to clarify that because I know you were looking for it. Other people were looking for it. It's coming from ABC
got the
News.
information or something? That's weird. Why would that ABC got it but no one else? I wonder.
Why now?
And why now?
It says after approximately 11 weeks at the private lab, the original hair sample was transferred to the FBI laboratory for more advanced DNA testing. So the original hair sample, not information, the original hair sample is now being transferred to the FBI.
But was picked up 11 weeks ago, right? Which is like what you said.
Right.
Probably. Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Second.
Well, there you go. I mean, whose hair could it be? Is that indicating that she was grabbed from the bed and someone's hair there fell off, or sexual assault, or some sort of attempted stuff, or just touch someone's piece of hair came from somewhere, or what? Or his prior person has nothing to do with this case, but they got hair.
Yeah, and it says that they believe that they don't think that this is the mixed DNA also. And I think that is also interesting because if you read Pima County Sheriff Department's Twitter, their X that they put out there, their little information about it, the wording on it is really important, and you got to pay attention to the wording on this. It says, PCSD has worked with the FBI since the beginning of the Guthrie investigation. This is not new information. Now, they're not saying that the hair is not new information. They're just saying that them working with the FBI is not new information.
So are we talking about like a single strand DNA, not DNA that was mixed together? Because wouldn't that be able to be found a little quicker than 11 weeks? Or correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't, yeah, that's what I'm confused about too. I'm confused because the wording that they're using all of this is very peculiar to me.
Peculiar? Okay.
This is not new information that they're working with the FBI. Like,
Right.
yes, we know that. That's what they're saying in their tweet.
Okay.
They're not confirming to any of us that this new hair is not new DNA.
Right.
Okay.
So I just thought that was a little thing to add in there too for a lot of people that are watching and listening, because
How much do you
wording
feel like? What do you
is
feel
important.
about that? You think it's going to be a nothing burger, or you think it might have something to do with the, they might have slipped up there?
I think that this was my personal opinion. I think this was DNA that they requested in the beginning, that, the FBI requested, and
And Nanos sent it to Florida or whatever.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Oh, that's why they've had it for 11 weeks. That makes sense.
Exactly.
makes
That's
sense.
exactly what
Thank
I
you.
think. Yeah.
But you wouldn't think it would take that long to do a hair sample, because like if it's the, it used to be like if you had the root, you were able to get it. Now they can get it from anywhere, the hair, I believe.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
But
think
yeah,
it
so
wouldn't take this long, but I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah. So that is the official information that's out there, coming from ABC, just so everyone knows that is what is said. That's what's out there. That way we're not just spreading this, that, and everything all over the internet. So
No, that's good. Appreciate that.
And then, the Pima County responding to that kind of validates their reporting, because they didn't debunk what they said or say this isn't true. I mean, they didn't deny it.
Right.
Right. They're just saying, yeah, we've been working with the FBI. Like, well, yeah, we all know that. We've
we all
heard
know
your
that.
phone calls, of them saying they're working with the FBI. We know that. Like, they're not saying a thing about this specific hair or anything. They very specific on their wording.
That's a whole big issue. If DNA of family is there, it is expected to be there, and LA can't single it out as crime related. It is mixed with Nancy's blood or something specific from the crime, and I concur with that, because like I said. But I was just saying, hypothetically, what if it was a Tommaso hair on her bed? I mean, can he justifiably say, "Hey, I have access to the house. I've tucked her into bed before. I helped her with the sheets."
He was
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because even if it is any of their hair, like you said, their family, it could be there.
Cameron's, anybody, or the pool guy.
Yeah.
The pool guy.
I mean, I go to my family members' houses all the time and come home and find one of their hairs on my hoodie. Like, that could mean anything.
I go to restaurants and I find hair all over the place.
Right.
What I do think is interesting with this, though, is if all of this is going where we think it might be going, this could vet out the family very quickly. Because if they do check out this DNA with this hair, and it's not Tommaso, it's not.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly. It's not any of those people. We know that they've been, quote unquote, cleared. However, that I think is good towards that. Like, they can really just vet out all of the family, all of these people, any of Luke, Carlos, any of them who have been there. And I think it's a good thing.
If it's been in the lab for this long, I wonder why they were able to clear Tommaso on them. Like, what if this comes back? Well, I guess they could still charge him later still, but
yeah, because like the thing is too, is what if they do, just hypothetically here, not really knowing, but what if they do have information on this hair and they do know that it is not Tommaso's, it is not Annie's, it is not, and that's how they were clearing them.
Can you determine the hair, like how old the hair is from the time it leaves a body? Like the time it gets off, are they able to determine that?
I don't know that for sure. I don't know much of information on that, but I would think so. I would think, when they do like drug tests, they can determine if the hair was plucked or pulled. Like there's all sorts of things that I just know from following different
There's a lot of things they can't find from hair, though. You're right.
Yeah, there's tons of things, they can tell. I know for a fact, because just watching crime cases like this, that they can tell if the person was alive or dead when the hair was transferred.
Yeah.
I know from other cases from that, but I personally don't know. But yeah, I think this is good. I think it's good that we've gotten this, even this little bit of information, because it shows they are working on it. Not that we didn't think they were, but
Right. No, that's a
You
good
know.
point too. At least we see, since there's no press conferences, at least we're hearing something's
Right.
happening, right?
yeah, yeah.
Right.
Appreciate
But
your
thank-
time. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, JLR. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that that's where that information was coming from. So you weren't, looking around for it.
Will do. Thank you. You be
Thanks,
safe.
guys. Talk to you
Stay
later.
God bless.
The hair. We don't have anybody in the pipeline. Who wants to speak? Come on in the chat. Anyone want to speak?
I
Nobody in the
do.
pipeline?
No, I was gonna throw in there. I've been doing like my own kind of like profiling through Copilot, which is like like another Chat GPT, and they were just kind of naming out some of the mistakes that the perp did, and one of the biggest mistakes was they planned it so well, but the only thing that they never planned was the proof of life, or even to take pictures to show early on. To in other words, they weren't even expecting to be asked for proof of life, and I think that's what threw them all out. That's just kind of doing the profile. That's what I was reading up on and stuff. But
Do you hear what I mean? Like with the question about the hair. Say they found a piece of hair. Can they determine how long a hair has been off a body?
that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Because it's already
I
a dead
wonder if
hair
the
it's a
protein in the
follocal
hair-
and it's dead already. So I don't know.
yeah. The molecules
But does it
are
lose like
dying
texture
down.
over time once it leaves a body?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see real quick. Maybe I could hold on.
Chat GPT it. Yeah, Ted.
Yep.
We got Bahamas Gem in the chat. Hold on. Misty Haynes, one of our great contributors and a vocal supporter in the chat. His sister is going through medical issues. I just want to call Misty Haynes' sister and see how she's doing right now.
Okay, good deal.
They watch
It says,
the channel. I don't know if it's gonna be hard to listen to, but
yep, I just found forensic experts can often determine how long a person's hair has been dead by analyzing hair in its surrounding environment, though hair itself does not grow after death. While hair is one of the last things to decompose, it generally lasts a few years or several decades.
Oh wow.
And yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go on that. Misty Haynes. Michelle.
Hey, I'm here, JLR.
Hi, Miss.
What's up, Michelle?
Still just struggling with this issue, but I'm like, there's so many prayers. I can tell there's prayers, and I'm getting better.
We're praying for you.
We're praying for you, and
Yeah.
I know you while you're going through what you're going through, you're watching the channel. You and Misty are watching the channel. Twins, from Alabama, and gotten to speaking to you guys a little bit offline a little bit, and you had your own family tragedy. Maybe we'll talk about it soon and get justice for your father.
Yeah, please.
Their father was murdered. So it's just a very, very sad situation. But as far as you with medical issue, with your spine and stuff like that, we're wishing you the best. Happy healing, and hopefully, by watching and everything like that you guys been doing each and every day, positive healing, and you get better very, very soon. And hopefully we're keeping you company while you're going through this issue.
Thank you so much. Like, I don't know what I would do without Misty. Like, and I'm right here beside her. I'm right here beside her every step of the way. And yeah, JLR, I really hope you can help my dad's situation, because it's
Unsolved.
really weird. It's really weird how
You want to share who your dad's?
can't.
You want to share who your dad's name is?
Yeah, Gary Haynes.
Gary Haynes.
Gary Franklin Haynes.
Gary Franklin Haynes. And what happened to Gary Franklin Haynes, your father?
We were told he shot himself in the head.
Told he shot himself in the head. However,
Yeah, but I'm a registered nurse. I'm certified in wound care, and the trajectory of the bullet it didn't add up. It really didn't. And they did not do the investigation they needed to do to make sure it was a suicide. And to this day, Misty and I struggle. Was our dad so sad that he couldn't live anymore? Or was he shot in the head?
Yeah, that's tough.
Yep, that is very tough.
When you get better, I'd like to have you on StreamYard. We'll talk more about your dad, and you think other people are involved with this, and very, very
I
sad.
know now Michelle's getting upset, but it's me. So JLR, I'll send you all the stuff. So you'll just have to look into it.
All right. You guys be safe there, and thanks for watching.
Bye, Nancy. Prayers for Nancy.
Prayers
God
for
bless.
Nancy. You got
God bless.
any final messages for Nanos?
Yeah, you can go to fucking hell.
That wasn't me, guys. That wasn't me.
Not Alex.
Sorry.
All right. You guys be safe. Thanks for checking in.
God bless.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right. We got Bahamas Gem. Bahamas Gem from the Bahamas. Hi, Bahamas
Hi.
Gem.
Hi. Hi, Alex. Hi, Dad.
Bye.
Welcome back.
So, well, I was trying to get on from the other night. I think that was Tuesday night when we were talking, when you guys were talking about and we kept talking about the rug and how they didn't move the mat at the door.
Right.
And remember when they came by and they put the tent up and they covered that whole front section and we couldn't see what was going on. Do you
Right.
think it's possible that they were maybe trying to pull DNA from that?
Good question. You think they would have
Because
just
that
took the
whole
mat, though?
section, maybe they didn't have to take it. Maybe they took a portion of it.
I don't know. Good question.
It's just because, like I said, what would be the reasoning for them
height?
putting the tent up right there? Because basically that whole area could have evidence, could have DNA, and
True.
they didn't want us to see what they were examining or what they were investigating or what they were trying to get at. Because that was according to the cameras, that was one of that's where the perp was. So do they have some type of technology or something that they can maybe scan that entire area, and they needed it probably kind of secluded or like part off from the outside where they can get as much DNA as possible?
They could. For the situations that I've seen in my buddies in law enforcement, they like to bring stuff into like a controlled environment, but I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they had it, and they were there for a while.
Yep.
Yeah, they were there for a good while. So that could be one of the ways they search for the DNA. Yeah, who knows? We might hear something about that.
I don't know if it's true. But I remember someone saying that they were probably doing it to check the height compared to the suspect video, maybe, or I don't know, sprayed luminol. I don't know.
Yeah,
who knows what happened?
Who knows? There may have been a substance that they may have used to basically do that entire, just like how when they do on the inside venues, whatever substance they use to pull up blood and all of that stuff, they could have done that. And from everybody basically watching from the outside, they wouldn't want to expose that. That's what they may have been doing.
That's true.
And then we were talking about Tommy, when he was exiting the yard, and we were all laughing and saying how he walks and how he was crushed up between Annie and Savannah at the we don't want to call it a memorial. No, we don't want to call it a memorial. We want to call it when they were there, he wanted to basically
the Hope Garden.
Yeah. So he seemed so happy and relaxed. Even if you're not guilty, right? And that's your mother-in-law, and you still don't know where she is. That would not be, for me, that would not be the attitude or even, the type of expression you show, or like you're just calm. I'm like, it's just like he's so he's comfortable and so relaxed, like no worries, like nothing is bothering him, And so I find that kind of odd, because you see someone that could do something wrong and they're just happy because, hey, I'm not saying it is him, but hey, I'm out of the clear. They don't see me as a target or whatever. So I'm happy go lucky or whatever. But nevertheless, your mother-in-law is still missing and you were the last person to see her.
So without putting you on the spot, and this is just speculation, who would be your public enemy number one that kidnapped Nancy? I'm just curious for what you're saying. And again, this is speculation.
For me, it's him. Reason being, like I said, it's just he's the last one to see her.
Okay, smart. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's the last one to see it. And then, like I said, they haven't. When they said that they brought her out, and they dropped her home, and then when Savannah came on, and she said she was in her night clothes, but nobody told us what she was wearing when he dropped her off. Like they left a whole lot of stuff out. And so I think that should have been something that was included in letting us know what she was wearing. I mean, they were confident enough to let us know what she wore when they took her. But why wasn't it, if it was nothing when she was dropped home, why didn't they say that as well, that she was wearing slacks with a floral top and sandals or tennis or something? They didn't say anything, but they were more than happy to express what she was wearing, when she supposedly got taken. So Annie Norton also could describe, okay, we saw mom last night and she was wearing this. That was never, and to this day, it still was never said that what she wore. How do we know? So it's just kind of mind boggling. And then to say he said he didn't go in the house and he watched her, just go inside. I don't know. He could say that just to, clear himself, because if he say I walked her to the door or I made sure she went to bed, of course now he's already a target because he dropped her home. But for him to say more information, even if he did, he won't say it because it's definitely going to raise a flag. So who knows? He may have took her in. He may have took her inside. We don't. So they say we don't even know if she made it home, and that's the part that kills me. We don't know if she made it home because they, like I said, they didn't describe what she was wearing when she supposedly left their house and got dropped off.
Very good.
I got a meme alert that just got sent to me. I just want to share sarcastically, folks. This is not real. But I got a new pick coming up. Here it is. This is pretty cartelish, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
For the mask.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty wild stuff. People get sarcastic and stuff. Show me the money. Look at that, with a cigar and everything, with the mask.
Yeah.
He said, "Don't blame the department, blame him." Okay, well,
we're blaming. We're definitely blaming you. We are. You are part of it.
You come at me, but don't come at my deputies. That's what he said.
Right. That's what he said. Yeah, come at me, don't come at my department or my deputies.
I think he said that just to make himself look good.
That's it. And is it going to respond? We tried to get an interview with him, me and JLR. We called the PIOs and they were like, nope, he's not doing any interviews.
You know why? Because everything he said, he's basically it's nothing. Right. It contradicts. It nothing lines up. It's always a different story. So, like it makes sense in a way. It makes sense for him not to say anything else, because if he opens his mouth anymore, he may say something that is something different.
Yeah. I told him to shut up, probably.
Yeah. So it's the best thing for him is to keep his mouth closed.
Right.
He would be called contradicting himself, and it just wouldn't be wise for him at that point to speak.
Yeah. I'm sure they've looked at his interviews. And the thing about it is, before I actually went, the first 2 days when I listened to him, and he was asked certain questions, and it was just how he was answering the questions as well. It was like I know you don't want to give out too much information, but it was almost like he was giving information and then basically not giving. It was just a lot. It was like
speaking in riddles.
Yeah, and so I was like, at first I was like, okay, he doesn't want to give out too much information, and then when he got as he spoke more, I'm like, okay, something isn't right here.
He told us he knows the motive. And when they asked him what it was, he goes, well, I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
All right, Bahamas Gem, I appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
You too. It was great talking with you.
Yes, of course, sure.
Guys, is my volume really low? A lot of people in the chat said my volume's low.
It is.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Is it fixed?
Just get a
Yeah, I'm
booster
trying
chair.
to-
Sit on a booster chair. That way you're a little higher up, Ted. And then
All right,
get
I was
close to the mic. Is that better?
I have my birthday coming up. You were supposed to get me
There you
one.
go.
Oh, we got two special guests here. It looks like we got a little young one with her mom. It looks
Nice.
like. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, we have been following you since day one of this started. My daughter mimics everything that you do, like JLR boots on the ground. Like we adore you.
Love it.
We love you. But anyway, but what I was trying to say was I believe that
What's your
this
name?
is Amanda. This is Amanda and it's Savannah.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, Savannah.
Hi, Amanda, Savannah.
Amanda? Hello.
But anyway, I think this is an inside job as to what you were saying. And I feel that, how do I put this? I feel that it's definitely, I think Annie has something to do with this. I really do. I mean, the evidence all points to it. And if you look at her demeanor in the other videos where she's with her sister Savannah, it just doesn't seem genuine. And like I said, I've seen this and I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but it just doesn't, seem right.
I understand what you're saying. Can I give you a little pushback here in terms of what evidence do you not feel that seems right? And again, I'm open-minded. I understand what you're saying. I'm just curious more from my own personal knowledge. So if I had to give you a little pushback on Annie, what would be your top 3 things?
I mean, a top 3 things. I mean, she went to dinner with them that night. Okay. And then who doesn't walk? Someone who is elderly, why wouldn't you walk them into the house? Make sure they got in safely.
I do that with my mother. Okay.
Why wouldn't you walk her in? Why wouldn't you do something safely? Why didn't you, make sure you shut the door behind her and make sure she, was okay or didn't even check on her throughout the evening? Those are my top 3 things. Maybe I didn't list all 3, but that was just her getting into the house, making sure she was safe, making sure she was taken care of. That's where my problem lies, because what happened from the time that garage door shut to the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you made a valid point there. Okay. I see where you're coming from.
And then
What does Savannah think?
I don't know.
Hi, Savannah.
Say hi.
You hanging out with your mom?
Yeah, she just, like I said, we've been following this, and it's just, I'm upset that they haven't found her. They haven't found any remains. They haven't found, anything.
Suspects.
No suspects, no nothing. And I feel that, I hate to say this, but I feel like Nanos dropped the ball majorly. I don't think he cares about this case at all. And the fact that, he doesn't want anyone near the property now, and I know he kicked you out because it's what your video showed yesterday, and I heard you were sick. I'm sorry you weren't feeling well. But like I said, I mean, we can't just give up on this. We got to continue on and find out who did this.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
I appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for watching.
bye. Say bye, JLR. Bye.
You two take care.
You too. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, you love Ted. I don't know how to go more. It's at 100.
So
We got,
send her a JLR hat.
I know. Mar 123. You're up. Hello, Mar.
Marv.
Marv.
Mar.
Or Mark?
M-A-R. Mar. M-A-R.
Mar.
Hello, Mar. Aging Mar. Hello.
Hey, am I on?
You are on.
You're
Welcome.
on.
Okay. So first of all, my idea won't be very popular, I don't think, but I have always stood by the family, and I don't think that it was an inside job in terms of the family, but I do appreciate that it may be an inside job based on someone that had some interaction with the family and Nancy. So I wanted to.
Yeah, because you said in the email, you want to support the family and you defend the family in a sense. So you don't think Annie, Tommaso, none of them are involved?
Can you hear me?
You want to hear more people that feel they're not involved?
Hello?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, okay. So my thought was, when just recently Tommaso was at the house looking, and JLR saw him on and caught him on the video. He was looking very mission driven, like man with a purpose, wanted to get in and out of there, and also ended up being meeting the FBI there, or was with the FBI there. And my thought was perhaps Tommaso, with spending time in the house, getting certain things out or whatever they were doing, found something that looked suspicious or askew, brought it to the attention of the FBI, which we did confirm and see was back at the house. And maybe that's when he was able to point out some additional evidence, and that's where they found the hair.
Well, I think it was the hair was way back.
Yeah, 11 weeks ago plus. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the hair was that second go around.
What's that?
When they went back to do another search at the house.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Oh.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Well, I guess your mic is right now. We do appreciate your perspective, Mar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
God bless. Ted, are you in the bathroom?
I'm gonna get this video up here of.
No. I was just pulling back the blinds. The hotel.
So where are you at, Ted? What state?
I'm in Cedar Rapids. I've been chasing tornadoes for the last few days. We were all over Wisconsin, Nebraska. We were going all over. So I'm in Cedar Rapids right now.
Nice. That's something I want to do. How long do you plan to be out there to chase tornadoes?
Well, so I want to get back to the Nancy Guthrie, but 2011 season is the biggest season since 2016. So like last night we had F3s, F4s, and like people are getting 1 million views an hour following it, and making sure people are okay, checking sure people are okay out of their house, getting people out of car jams. I mean, it's just insane. Tornado Alley has really moved to Iowa, Nebraska. And because it's my sales territory, all the hotels are comped in gas. So as long as I'm selling, like everything's paid for. So it is a pretty good situation.
Aren't cars getting dinged up from the hail?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, smashed. Yeah. I have dings all over the front of my home.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
Really? Are you going to rent a car?
No, I didn't this time. I didn't have any time. I flew back and I had to get rock and roll. I'm sorry?
You got to pay for that?
Yeah, out of pocket. I mean, I got State Farm. I mean, it sucks, but I literally landed. I had to get right out to the nearest storm. So
you should take us out to the car and see the dings.
Yep, I will. I have to go. Yep, I can first thing in the morning. I send you guys group pictures. I got to go to dinner in a little bit with the doctor, but.
Does anyone else want to chat? We don't have anybody else in the pipeline tonight. Someone want to step to the plate and share your perspective with Ted Investigates, YouTube, Alex, Criminal Network. We just been kind of like kicking back here, listening to some people here. Always people have things to say. Not much tonight, though. Usually I got a lot of people inquiring.
Tomorrow I'm going to be there at the house. So.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, tomorrow. Spend a good few hours over there.
Nice. The juice is out there, I think, right now.
Yeah. Oh, he might even be out there. I don't know if I'm gonna go out there tonight, but tomorrow for sure.
Let's see. Is the juice out there right now? He was out there. Is he out there now? No, I don't see a feed right now for the juice. Anybody want to say anything?
Hey, JLR, I'm gonna jump out, not because there's not anything in the pipeline, but just to finish my daughter's game. But I appreciate even the invite. So I love you guys, man. I appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow then, brother.
Take care, Alex. Good to see you again, brother. Love you.
Bye. Joanne, you keep coming in, but you got to set your device up, Joanne. You got to set your device. Something's going on with your device, Joanne. But yeah, DNA was recovered.
Yep.
That we did not know. I mean, we knew DNA was recovered, but it seems like it was the hair.
Come on, does anybody want to come to the plate?
Anybody want to come to the plate? Want to hear from you? Step to the plate. Okay. I got some people now sending me messages. I'm sending links.
You don't mind me asking Ted? Oh, someone said something. I wasn't sure what they were saying. Never mind.
Might go up there and do the tornadoes myself, Ted.
Yeah, I mean, I we have a whole system in place. I've been in that state for a long time. There's a ton of tornadoes, it's a fun time.
Well, it's not fun, but it's crazy to see.
No, yeah, I mean, it's not fun for the people that lose homes and stuff like that, but it's very, very crazy to see. Last night I was trying to chase one at about midnight. It started getting a little bit spooky because I didn't know which direction I was at, and I was getting, it was hailing, it was going crazy, and I was like, well, I better cut my losses here. I'm going to be in big trouble soon. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else you want to say? Oh, we got Joanne keeps trying to come in, but your microphone is not working. Device not found, Joanne. So you're gonna have to fix your device. I sent the link out.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, so I definitely want to get back in Tucson. I'm checking out a cold case in Mason City of a really pretty girl in her 27. She lost her life in 1995. It's a cold case. They can't find her. That's in Mason City, Iowa. There's the Evansdale murder. Jody Huizensart. She was working for the news channel. And I figure on the way back, I'll check that out.
I went there.
You really?
See? Yeah. I get the video up.
No way. That's awesome. It was just
I went for an apartment complex, Mason City. Check this out.
I was just headed there too. That's funny.
She's it's similar to Savannah. She was a newscaster.
Newscasting, right.
Jody, let me see. I went there. Look.
Wow.
Watch this.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I am in Mason City, Iowa. What happened to Jody Huizensart? Jody Huizensart, she went missing in June of 1995. A young, inspiring TV anchor vanished from outside her apartment complex. I am in Mason City, Iowa, looking into this matter, bringing awareness to this matter. Where is Jody? So I am at the apartments in Mason City.
The Keys Apartments,
Iowa,
yeah.
June 27th, 1995, during the early morning hours. Jody Huizensart vanished from right here. Her Mazda Miata was parked in the parking lot here, and authorities say there was evidence of a struggle.
Yeah.
She vanished. She was a news anchor for KIMT in Mason City, CBS affiliate, had an apartment here, was going to go to work that morning, and she just vanished from this parking lot.
Now check this out in the back.
In front of her.
I think I know what happened to her.
Building C. Where is Jody? Volunteers searched all over for her. Years later, she was declared legally dead, but she still has not been found. Where is Jody?
Now check out the back of her house, or the back of the complex here. I think she's in the river. I think she went in the river.
Wow, yeah, that's smart.
Let's watch this river.
Here's a question. There is a river behind her apartment complex, and it looks like a steady flowing river.
Wow, I didn't know there's a river behind there.
It's a huge river.
Was she thrown in the river?
Was she thrown in the river?
Was she thrown in the river?
Yeah.
See the river?
Hello. There are the ducks.
Covering the Jody case. You know Jody? Yeah. She lived here, right?
Wow, I didn't even know there was a river behind there.
In a
That
long
makes so much
time.
sense.
Yeah, they said there was like a struggle. I'm a true crime journalist, so I'm just covering her case and kind of bringing awareness. And maybe she was put in the river. Does that river flow strong?
There's your answer.
Does that river flow strong?
Thank you. Wow, that is.
It looks like a big current.
It does.
No, it was pretty deep too.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, and
What's the name of this river?
it's Winnebago.
Winnebago. Okay.
Winnebago, okay.
Interesting. I find it interesting. It's right here, the apartment, and she goes missing.
There's a river right
Strange
back
world.
there, too. They never mentioned the river. That's crazy.
Have a good day.
I always talk to people. Everybody's always friendly with me.
Yeah, they are.
Talk to people all the time.
I don't know. What do you think?
And even if they come crazy,
Lady there lived in an apartment complex.
Yeah, you do a good
I
job.
turn
of
it into a
de-escalating.
positive.
Hello.
I can really
And
turn it around.
Yeah,
Jody's
you really
missing.
can.
I'm just wondering. This is a large current.
My thing is the river, but you know, she could have been taken anywhere.
I know, but I just never seen the
Or is
river
there
back there,
something else
even in the
more
Netflix
nefarious?
documentaries.
Very
It's
lot of
amazing.
woods in the area around where she went missing.
You know, back then there wasn't cameras like that either.
Right, cell phones and yeah.
None of that. You know what I mean? Nobody had ring cameras or anything like that.
Yeah,
Probably
nothing.
old
Yeah.
fashioned. You know, we really
Hardly
had-
even DNA, barely DNA, probably.
Yeah. But so if you're gonna go check that out, this is what you check out. You know, bring. It's always good to get fresh eyes on that case.
Yep. I'll be traveling through there tomorrow, actually. So 600 Kentucky Avenue. I think that's where the Keys apartment is.
Howdy.
Just say howdy to somebody. I don't know. I made this video years ago.
Yeah.
This was like for me. This was like I think I was there like
Hey, you know anything about the Jody case?
3 years ago or something.
Oh, he couldn't hear.
Oh, it's amazing that you knew about this too.
I know about every case, my friend.
You
More or
do.
less. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to share that. At least we bring public attention. I don't know. I don't know what else I say. I think I was like in my car or something. I don't know. But yeah, she needs to be found. Somebody needs to be held accountable. That Adrian has some comments about that. There's a documentary about her case on Disney and possibly other streams. It's so sad. It's
Yeah,
called
there
Last
is.
Talking.
Yep, it's on Hulu, I think. Part of Disney, they own it, but like, yep, I just seen it too.
Absolutely. All right, DNA found. Let's go back to Nancy. I got a few people that came into the chat. We got Nikki, and then Dom C, then Justine, then Wanda, and Chris, and Joanne. So now we got a lot of people piling in. You're up,
All
Nikki.
right.
Hi, JLR. Hi, Ted.
Hey.
How are you,
I
Nikki?
wanted to. I'm doing pretty good. I haven't talked to you since my last huge, passionate conversation I had.
I remember you from the Pacific Northwest.
Yes, that's me. I've been fighting my cancer. So I've just been fighting cancer, watching you guys. You guys are doing such a good job. I'm sorry Alex already got off. I wanted to say, don't get down on yourself when you deal with social media and you deal with the public. Everybody's got something to say, whether it's negative or positive. So you have to learn to get big shoulders like Alex has and brush that off and keep pushing if you believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, I called Alex yesterday personally. I won't say what we talked about, but you know, giving him encouragement, you know, kind of deal and being there for him. I'm there for Alex.
Good. I watched the sleuth introduction or investigation yesterday.
Intuition.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you for saying it right. I watched it yesterday with the half brother or the step brother, or I was trying to hang in there the best I could with all of it and all the scrambling and code and the different things. And it is worth watching, guys. If you haven't watched it, it is worth watching. I know some people gave up early on and kind of got bored, but he had a lot of good stuff to say. If nothing comes from it, the gentleman's still a very intelligent man and knows a lot about codes and a lot about that other kind of secret language, you know what I mean, so to speak, I guess you could say. What I wanted you guys to know, and I wished Alex was still here, but you'll tell him. I don't know if you guys paid attention to today's show yesterday, but Savannah left the show in mid-broadcast. And she has not come back. Yeah, and they are saying that they believe that it has something to do with the case. And I was thinking to myself, as much, you know, because there's things that I've loved in life, especially passionate at jobs and things. She wanted to go back there so bad, and she wanted to get back to that Today Show. like it was yesterday. You know what I mean? She really wanted to get back there. So when she did get back, now that there's something that's been told to her, she leaves. So to me, it has to be major, more than hair found. It has to be maybe they already know whose hair it is, or maybe there's another possible something else in there. I watched that shoe, JLR. You were on that shoe, on that window. Perfect. Because a lot of my friends, because they have little dogs and they want their dogs to see out of those long windows, they only take the blinds down to like so far where you have a little dog, they can still see out. And when that shoe moved, that person was already in that house.
Let me just get this clip of yesterday. I got
Sure. Sorry. I'm going too fast.
Miss Anne Hathaway right here, Mother Mary herself. She has got a sneak peek at her new movie and a little bit about.
I'm having a little trouble hearing it.
Okay, it's the year of Anne Hathaway. First, this is today on NBC.
So basically, she's going to talk to Ann. She's announcing Ann there, and then they go for a commercial break. They have a commercial break, and then blah 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 blah. Then it's Hoda back. It's not.
Nope. And she doesn't come back. She wasn't there
Anna
today.
does not come back.
Is that Anna Hathaway?
Yes.
Yes, they were going to talk about her.
We're going to talk in an interview or whatever like that. They do a commercial break. Savannah doesn't come back.
Nope.
Really? Hoda.
And
So
as
what's
much
going
as
on?
she wanted to, as much as she wanted to get back to that show, guys, she really, that was like her home away from home. She kept saying, and she went to visit them before she even came back. I mean, she really wanted to get back with those people that she called her other family. So it had to be something major, more than just a hair found. I'm sorry, for her to leave. You know, unless they already know who the hair belongs to.
Emotional breakdown, maybe some sort of emotional breakdown or something.
Could have, maybe
it was
possibly. I thought about that, and especially because the lady's name is Anne Hathaway and her sister. I just kind of put the two and two together that maybe she came to an emotional. Yeah, she became an emotional. You know, because that's very possible. But I thought with the hair timing, the shoe you saw, that just happened. Like, it's just some real things are kind of coming to a head, basically. And then the picture of a tomato that everybody likes to say, him coming around so quick. And I feel like if he was slowing down, JLR, that leg would drag somewhat more. For some reason, I feel like that head is very large of that man on the porch, like you said. That ski cap, I'm sorry, that's what I call it. I'm old school. But I know the proper term is what you guys say. But that ski hat and that walk, something about that walk and those hands, fists being closed really kind of made me look a little bit more at the guy on the porch and his walking slow. He kind of had the fists closed. And I thought to myself, we have habits, even when we walk, even when we sit down, when we lay down in our bed at night, we have certain things that we do as humans. We just pick up habits. And I thought maybe that person has a habit of closing their fists.
Yeah, I mean,
when they walk. And I thought that leg dragging off of the porch there, and I'm with everybody else, they should have taken the mat. I mean, come on. I'm not a police officer. My father was a judge and a city attorney here in Oregon, and he's passed now. Oh yeah, he's passed away now. But I learned a lot just being at home listening, and he always said, when we were sitting at the dinner table, he'd always say to me, you know what, kid? He'd say, today at court, they didn't make sense. And I look at him and with my eyes and I go, oh, okay. And he'd say, you know what I learned as a judge? When people don't make sense, it's probably not true what they're saying.
Okay.
And
So
I used to think about that. So I'm kind of putting it all like people saying different things, and I'm kind of going, that doesn't make sense. So like my dad used to say, that it's probably not true. I
okay,
mean,
so
I'm saying some of the comments from the people, you know, like where I was when I dropped her off, because JLR knows I'm the gal that said that I got in a little trouble with another person on here, that I'm the one who said that it's his mother-in-law. Who knows how she could walk at that time, and she was only walking 50 feet. You wouldn't just drop her off at the front of a garage and okay, see you later, garage door goes down, and you let her just make her way on into the house. No son-in-law does that. I'm sorry. My husband is deceased, but my husband was wonderful to my mom, and I was wonderful to my mother-in-law. Like, you don't do that, you know. And when he's in charge of her estate, you'd really make sure she was okay, like I would think. But that's just me. I guess it's how I was raised, you know, with being more respectful. But that's something that really bothered me. And, you know, I talked about that for a long time, JLR. And I wanted to put something else out here, and it's ugly. And I, you know, I believe in God, and I really didn't even want to say this. And it's been on my mind. I have a wood burning stove here in Oregon. And of course, that's how I heat up during the winters. And I lived in Vegas, which I've said before, for many, many years, almost 14 years we were there. And Vegas either sells you things with air conditioning, central air, but not heat. You usually get these little fireplaces that you can turn a handle on, and it'll come on and it'll give you, you know, so much heat or whatever in your living room or whatever throughout some of your house, but it won't heat the whole house. So I was sitting there thinking about it, and when they had her garage door open, and oh, Nikki, I hope I don't get in trouble with this. She had a lot of wood. They were in there for quite a long time. She had a lot of Duraflame logs. And I know you commented on it before, JLR, that there was a lot of Duraflame instant flame logs. And somebody that burns in a wood stove quite often, there are only certain hours they go out. You time it. So if you cut the log in just a quarter or whatever, you could burn that log for, say, 35, 40 minutes, because it's only a partial piece of the log, because they have that Insta-Flame stuff on them and they just instantly light. For 45 minutes, you could burn something in her fireplace and then take out the remaining things and clean it up, pack it away, and get it out of the house. And I didn't want to bring the fireplace thing up. But when I kept seeing, you know, when the garage was open and those Duraflame logs were on that rack, and she had boxes of them on the floor, it just made me think about the fireplace. And, you know, I didn't want to bring that up before, but I noticed nobody really did bring it up at all.
But no, they talk about the fireplace.
And she had those logs that are timed. Like I said, it's 4 hours. Those logs she had in her garage are 4-hour logs. You can get 4 hours, 3 hours, or 2 hours. So those were the
garage. There was logs in the garage, right?
Yellow papers over it. All of them have the yellow wrapping.
I mean,
they're Duraflame.
Yeah. So in the garage, there is pictures of logs.
Lots of them.
That's what I'm saying. So I got logs to burn something, but I mean, you think evidence got burnt or something?
Well, and I don't know. In the back door being open, could there been a little makeshift fire burning fire? We can do it here. You know, is make a little pile we can burn. Like you can, like I said, just cut a quarter of that log, put the rest in your backpack.
Investigator's gonna come and smell.
Not necessarily if you do it outside too. You could also do it outside, because I saw the hose down the way to where someone was saying she had a little garden over there.
But they
There
would
was
see
a whole, there could have been, and then they could have covered it up with the desert. We used to do a lot of fireworks back in the day in the desert in Vegas. And my husband never wanted to get in trouble, and we'd always take all the kids out there. So when he was done, he would make sure he took piles of desert sand or whatever, and he would cover all the areas that there was any burns so it wouldn't reburn, because California was having such bad fires in those days. So it's just a theory. You said anything that's different, and it's just something I've never really wanted to bring up, but I just felt like this time I would.
Well, it's interesting.
Interesting.
It's just a different look at it.
But it is interesting, I mean, there is a
It's
fireplace.
just a different
I
look,
always said how did the perp get in originally, and thinking the perp went down the fireplace to get in, but I was being kind of sarcastic, like Santa Claus, like somebody went down the chimney. But
yeah, exactly.
There is a fireplace there, and when was the fireplace last used?
That's what I'm saying. Like, did they check? It doesn't seem like they even talked about it. We checked the room, we checked the living room, we checked the dining room, we checked the kitchen. We didn't find this, we didn't find that, but we checked the fireplace. Of course, they checked the doors, the windows. Come on, why wouldn't you check a fireplace too? It's not a common thing in the desert because not a lot of people use them. But I could see her using them for 4 hours. Why she just wants to keep the house warm, why she's getting ready for bed or something like that. I could totally see that because that's me. That's what I do. So I was just thinking about that. And like I said, it wasn't something I wanted to talk about because I kind of felt horrific about it, but it did sit with me because we do so many fires here in Oregon and fire pits. And I have 3 fire pits outside in my yard on my 1.5 acres, so it's not unusual is all I'm saying. And I have one more thing, and then I was going to let you go on to your next caller because I know there's people waiting. But there was a nice lady, and she from Tucson, and she got on there and she was really giving it to Nanos a little while ago. I really liked her. I thought she was really cool because she was so, yes, and she was so forward and very truthful, and she just gave it to it straight, and I love that. She was a straight shooter, and so to speak. Sorry. I know we're on this. I meant that as a pun. But anyway, she said, why don't we get 50 people, I think she said a foot apart or together with each one with a yellow rose. And I was looking because I do so much activism in my life and marching and creating events. And I thought to myself, you guys weren't able to get a lot of people to help you with flyers. And I'm thinking you need somebody like Lou to put the word out there in Tucson where you guys are all there at one time and you guys do something like that, because there is nothing wrong with a vigil. There absolutely is nothing wrong with that on a public street. And Lou is exactly right. And I would love to see something like that. I love the Memorial Garden. But I'd love to see a visual with candles and people actually wanting her to come home.
I see her very emotional.
Some positive, some positive, even if it's the latter, guys, something that gives her that great send off, that we were here for you.
So you had a lot of great points. What are the chances you think it's Tommaso and an inside job? Like if you had to rate it 1 out of 10, because you made a lot of great points. I'm just more curious, 10 being dead set. And again, we're speculating, 1 being not at all.
Yes. He's in there. He's in there somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know where. Someone from that house is in there. There's no reason in God's green earth why these detectives, FBI, sheriffs, you name it, CSI, whatever the case is, whatever you wear on your shoulder,
Yep.
You showed up at those houses that many times. There's reasons for it, guys. They don't just go there for no reason. They didn't show up at the other houses that many times. I know they flubbed things up a little bit over at Nancy's, and I can see that. Stevie Wonder, you know what I mean? That was flubbed. They did some messed up stuff there. But truthfully, you don't go back that many times. You just don't, because you're rechecking something. Something's bothering some detective or some CSI or some sheriff that you are telling your cohorts and your coworkers, we need to go back there again. This is bothering me, or this is what I've seen, or this is what I smelled, or this is what I felt, or, because some detectives you've heard in the past. I worked with a wonderful man from Hollywood. He was a detective in Hollywood. For many, many years. I worked with him in Vegas, and he was retired then. But some of the stories that he would tell me, and he would say, if you go back again and again, it's because you got the feeling. Something's not right there. He used to tell me that all the time. Nick, when you go back twice, 3 times, something's not right. And that sits with me. That Gil used to tell me that all the time. And I think, wow, it must have been rough in Hollywood. And he said, you had no idea. You have no idea how bad it really was in those days. And I said, oh, I can imagine. And so I just listen to people like that are very smart in their walks of life, and they know what they're talking about. And so I kind of don't forget those guys that were experts, like my father, like Gil. They were experts in their jobs. Yeah. So as me growing up as a young 20-some-year-old person, I'm listening. To my dad say, don't take your leash off your dog, because that dog is your child. So if the dog does anything, if your child does anything, it's your responsibility. It's stuff like that. I heard him loud and clear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I have to say, you're a very passionate, very intelligent person. And
I try.
You do make a lot of sense. And you
Thank
are...
you.
I can tell your passion, and I can tell you truly care, and you're a really good person. And we really
And I would tell you this: if I was in Las Vegas and I didn't have cancer, I'd be there. And I would be getting the masses together, and I would be getting them out there for a vigil. I wouldn't care if the neighbors liked it or didn't like it. It's not about them. It's about Nancy. And she lived there a heck of a lot longer than any of you.
Right. You're a strong woman. I'll give you that. And
you need to be respectful. My mother, like I've told JLR, my mother's 83. And she's by herself with a little dog. And I think about it all the time. I think about, did mom lock the back doors? Did mom do this? Because she's in a really large house. So I think about these things. And I'm just like, okay, she's inside. She's hit me up, said good night, But I think about that. And I think about these people that didn't have anything to do with this in the family. The grandchildren, for gosh sakes, they don't have a grandmother.
Yeah, you made a great point. That's sweet. Yeah.
I mean, the pictures of her and her grandchildren, it's just those things, they pull at you. As a human, you can't be human and it not pull at you. I mean, some people in Oregon, they aren't human here, unfortunately, and they're showing that to the world, but there are those ones of us that are, and we were raised that way.
Yeah.
And it's just, I wish to gosh, I could do more to be hands-on help, because I would be a great asset. Just because of how I am.
Nikki, well, if you don't mind me asking, I know you said you got cancer. What kind of cancer? What's going on?
I have metastatic. I was diagnosed September 4th of 2024 with metastatic breast cancer. And I was stage 2. And so they caught it pretty quick. I'm great at mammograms. I went in and my doctor said, something doesn't look right. So let's do it again. So she did it again, came back. I've done surgery. I've done radiation. I have my bottom jaw is no more. and I'm waiting to try to get help with my bottom teeth because radiation actually took my whole bottom jaw, physically, the gums and the teeth. And so they're literally just hanging in my mouth. I've had to deal with that for about a little over a year and a half. I had a huge surgery, put back together. They had rebuilt me the best they could. I had 5 tumors grow in 20 days before surgery. So when they got in there, I had 8 tumors. I'm on a 5-year treatment plan. I'm on chemo right now. I'm on blockers, and I'm going to live, and I'm going to beat the heck out of this thing. And I have a little funny little YouTube short things that I do. I sing car karaoke in my car to all kinds of old school 80s songs. And I try to show people when I'm coming home from doctor's oncology appointments that you can still smile and you can still have fun. There's nothing wrong with it. Just because you have cancer does not mean you have to give up with your life.
Yeah.
You can fight and you can win, and you've got to do everything you can. Western medicine, non-Western medicine, natural medicine. If you leave yourself to only listen and only give yourself one kind of medicine, you're doing yourself a disservice in life. Whether you believe in this kind of natural medicine or this natural medicine, if you don't give it a whirl, how will you know? You've got to give yourself a good chance to live. You just have to. And teeth, I can get new bottom teeth, they'll figure it out. The top ones are perfect. It's funny because I don't have any cavities, and it's just right after radiation, the jaw just started doing weird things. And I started looking into it, and it was huge side effects to some of where they have to put the radiation. And I was one of the lucky ones that got it. So
we're sending you sending you prayers, healing.
Thank you.
God bless you. Yeah.
And I'm going to keep smiling, and I'm going to keep. I have a son that's 28 with no kids, and he's a heck of a guy, and I want to see a grandbaby. So I can't go anywhere until I see a grandbaby from that young man.
Well
Love
said.
that attitude.
Thank you for stopping by,
But
Nikki.
bless both of you. Bless both of you. And can I say one thing, Ted? Ted, be careful down there in Mexico, sweetheart. I've been to 2. I've spoken 2 different big festivals in Mexico. One in Guadalajara, one down in Puerto Vallarta. Excuse me. And you got to watch yourself. You just do. I was warned. I went by myself with a big group, of course, because I'm speaking in this large conference. But they still told me, even the guards and the federales, they still give you nice little warnings, oh, be careful when you're down at the beach by yourself, or because things happen. That's all. And that's between you and whatever you were doing, Ted. But just keep that in mind.
Thank you. I take it really to heart. I really appreciate you telling me that and make me more mindful of the situation I was in. You're a sweetheart, motivating.
Thank you.
Person.
Thank
I
you.
really
I
appreciate
try to be a motivator. I do that. I try. And it's
You're
just
like Tony
sometimes
Robbins.
I can't
You're
do it.
motivating me right now. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to
Well,
go.
I speak a lot on stages, and just so you fellas know, and I can say this because it won't hurt anything to JLR, but I speak a lot for cannabis and medical patients and veterans. And Nikki that's what Nikki's done for years and years and years. And it saved my life. So I know it saves other people's lives, and it needs to be told.
What's your YouTube channel? So you got a YouTube channel?
It's under that what is it? A Beautiful Oregon Cancer Fighter.
Beautiful Oregon
Cancer Fighter.
Check out.
Yeah, and it's just little shorts, but you have to get like 50 subscribers or something. And I said on there that I would like to take everybody on the adventure through this, but I'd like to take them on my adventures after this because I love to travel. So I just, I would love to show people, how you can live after cancer.
Love
You're more than welcome to come back, and you be safe out there, Nikki.
Thank you. You always invite me back, JLR. It's so nice of you. And God love you both and blessings to you both. And on to the next. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. We got Chris, Wanda, Justine, Joanne, Sandy, Gigi. Hi, Chris. Thanks for waiting.
How are you guys?
All right.
Good. Good.
Good,
Can't
good, good.
complain.
Hey, man.
Are you
She
at the
is.
gym? Are you at the gym?
No, I'm at my nighttime job. My wife's a teacher at a school, and I do the maintenance here at night. They got all
Nice.
they break everything. So yeah, I'm just walking around here. That lady, she is definitely just inspiring because I just got over cancer too. I had kidney cancer. They had to remove my right kidney, which is fine. You can live.
Okay.
You can live with one. Yeah, I'm good, man. I have one kidney left, so I got to take care of that one. But I was lucky though, because I didn't need radiation, I didn't need chemo, I didn't need anything. It was in for surgery. I was home the next day, and I'm good. But does change your life. It changes your life. Just by hearing the word you have cancer, that's it. It just changes you. It's scary, but like I said, I was so lucky. But it has changed me, because every ache, pain. Oh boy, what's that? Oh my God, is it back? Do I have cancer? It's in my head all the time. That's all you think about now, and it's a lot to get over.
You got gloves on.
I do.
What's going on with the gloves?
Nothing. Just touching stuff. You know what I mean? The kids here. There's 150 kids that are here every day.
Oh, okay.
All right. So what's your take? What's on your mind?
Did you read the entire article about Savannah leaving the show yesterday?
So not necessarily. I mean, people say and she came back at the end. People are saying in the chat she came back and did some cooking.
Right. So here's what I read from NBC. So I don't know if you heard about the code word. They have her set up. If she hears them say in her ear the code word, it means that there's been something happened in the case with her mother and that she would need to leave the stage immediately. And that was yesterday. And if you search it later on when you're just running around, just put in, Savannah Guthrie leaves immediate, and then it'll pop up. And if you keep scrolling down, there'll be a statement from NBC. And they said, that's what they said, that they used that word yesterday and she left the stage immediately because, it had to be something to do with the case because that's what they said it was. And, I highly doubt you just get up and walk away from Anne Hathaway, for coughing, you know what I'm saying? It had to be something important. So, but they do that in their statement. So, but how much do you guys?
Ted, are you there?
Yep. I'm sorry. Yep.
Well, no, hold on for a second, Chris. I'm gonna try to play matchmaker here. Ted, it looks like
I just grabbed some water.
Ted, Misty's sister wants to get with you, maybe. So maybe you guys make up, and you guys can talk some true crime together. I'll play matchmaker here. Maybe you guys should. Hey, is it okay to shoot them your number?
Yeah, tedinvestigates@gmail.com.
No, I mean I'll shoot them your phone number.
Sure.
There you go, Michelle. Maybe you'll hear it heal better with Ted, and you guys, can have some good conversations. There you go. All right.
JLR, I see a new channel coming for you.
Yeah, celebrity matchmaker.
There you go.
Dating line. Anybody want to hear to hook up with people? Like while they discuss crime.
Yeah. There you go.
Ted's blushing. Look at this, Chris. Ted's blushing. Look, Ted, show your face. Ted, show your face real close to the screen. Ted, show your face. Look at Ted. He's blushing.
Oh my God, it's red. It's like
he's red.
Okay. Oh my God.
Perfect.
Okay.
Man, did I call at the right time?
We're all going your wedding. So when you guys go like weddings or something going on, just invite.
I know. Hey, Ted, how many people in your wedding? Well, family, there's 10. My community, there's about 7,000. Ted, that's funny, Ted. My red shirt, Ted, is lighter than your face, my friend.
It's pretty red. But that's good. So back to business here. That's in all seriousness.
What do you think about this whole new evidence thing? Like, seriously, why?
Oh, it's not necessarily new evidence. They're saying that, that this is new information put out in reference to a hair. I think it's a huge lead. I mean, but when did they get the hair? And why are we at like 75 days now and there's no results of this hair at 75?
I mean, that's a long time for one lab to have it, right? I mean, and you could have shared it a long time ago. Like that lady that you were interviewing earlier said, look, you can sometimes get results the next day. Not saying that they would, but and again, and I keep saying it and tell me to shut up about it, but it's evidence from inside that house that was compromised. So is that pot where that could be, thrown out too if it came down to that? Or how many work people have been in that house? Now they're going to have to call in whoever that goes back to. They're going to have to call in the plumber, or what was he doing in the bed, or an electrician, or somebody that brought a new anything in. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like such a, 75 days in, and we're talking about a piece of hair that's been around for 70 days because they weren't there that long, except if it was, remember the individuals that would show up and go in the house? A couple of the guys would go in, and the next thing you know, they're coming out. Maybe that's what they were doing. And that tent in front of the house, I was thinking about that earlier, why they didn't take the mat or why they didn't whatever. But that tent, I went back and I looked. So 2 years ago, this particular school that I'm in right now was robbed, and they broke in through a window in the back side of the school, and it was just a window on the side of the building. There's grass out front.
We got some breaking news. Just an unrelated case, but it's a pretty popular case in the true crime. D4VD has been arrested and charged with the death of Empire teenager Celeste Hernandez. So this is breaking. So we're talking about a case that's been going on for a while. We haven't necessarily covered it. Rapper D4VD has been arrested on charges of the murder. And Celeste Rivas. So that was a crazy situation. So I just wanted to share that. That's kind of news. So we'll look more into that.
Wow. Yeah, definitely. This is the exact window that they broke into. So it's just up and down. It's a big ground to roof window. When they came here, they put a tent up against the window and then out over the grass a little bit. And the main reason that they did that, and you were the one in the a little while ago when you were talking about it, they did that for photos to get rid of the sun, number one. And they also did that because they were using the light, the blue light there, to see if they could see blood or anything. And in the sun, it affects the light, and it affects their pictures to see everything. And it affected in the sun on the window there. They dusted for fingerprints. So all it was doing was blocking out the sunlight. So I don't know if that had anything to do with the tent that they put up. If they were looking for something in the dark, because that was a full tent, right? I mean, that had walls, right? It was a whole big white tent, right?
A full tent.
Yeah.
Out front. I'm trying to get a picture of it right now.
Yeah, because
we don't know about it. We don't know about the tent out there. It was put up really quickly and then was there for a few hours and then put down. But the mat stayed.
Yeah. Now, I mean, let me ask a stupid question, because the only thing I could come up with was any drool. What else do you think would be on that mat for DNA besides anything that from Nancy? From that, the guy that was standing out front there, what else would be on there for DNA? Just drool from the light,
Drool, saliva, spit. I mean, who knows? Like whatever. I mean, could be something in his mouth that came out. I don't know.
Yeah. So,
anything in reference to plant.
Yeah, true,
And
true.
lip-
So I have
lip
one.
feeling,
Yeah, I
blood.
don't know. I guess I'm not as concerned about the mat as everybody else is. Maybe it's just me being stupid, but I don't know. But there's two things that I wanted to bring up to you. So about 2 months ago, we had porch pirates took Amazon packages off our porch.
Off your
And-
board.
Yeah. 2 months ago, and 2 months ago, I did not have a subscription to my Nest. So all I had was the first 2 seconds of whatever was on my porch, and then there's nothing because there was no recording, right? So, call the police, because across the street, the lady from her camera had a little something. But so just on a whim, and this is huge. I called, and it's a message to Google, and I said, hey, look, there was a blah 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 blah. They had video, JLR. They had video for a full year at my house, and I had never had a subscription. That records to Google everything. Everything that you can hear or see on your front porch on that Nest Cam is recorded by Google. It's just automatic. You have to have a subscription to get a hold of your video. But if you have the police involved because there was a crime, they can request that from Google. And guess what? They requested that from Google and they got exactly what they needed. So here's my question. When that guy was messing around with the Nest camera on the front there, right? They just don't sit there. The bracket, of course, most people know the bracket's screwed or bolted to your frame of the door, and then the camera itself is snapped in, and then there's a key screw on the bottom. So you can't just grab a hold of it and pull it off because there's really nothing to grip behind. It's too flush. So there's only two things. He either had a key to unscrew it and take it, or he had to pry it off somehow, because you can't just take it off. They have video, and they can retrieve that video. So what else does that? And it still records until the battery's dead. So they have all that, JLR. They have whatever was known on the front porch. If he didn't break the camera and smash it on the ground, or he didn't throw it in her yard, he didn't throw it around the street anywhere, they have this on video. Whatever he did when he left, or whatever he said, they get all that. It's pretty simple, and I didn't realize that until what happened to us. They have it all. So
where
is
is
video.
it? Where is it?
That's my problem. Where is the video? And they have it. There's no doubt in my mind they have it. But why? If I come back to the same question on any way that I look at it, you look at it, anybody looks at it, why do we not have one big picture video of what happened after this flower? Right? Where is the video, and why aren't they sharing it? It's either, like I said the last bunch of times that I called you, it's either this is just a huge cover-up and the lie got so big that they had to keep going with it. You couldn't stop now. Right? I mean, when you tell that beginning of a lie and
Uh-oh.
So, all right.
Any response to that, Ted?
life goes on. This didn't.
Response to
You
what he was
prevented
saying?
this, JLR. You and everybody else that was there, and I'm not talking big big town media. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Ted. You guys prevented this from going anywhere. If we go down this road, and at the end, when this all comes out at some point, because it's going to have to, because it's not going to get left alone. And you guys are the reason that this is still going on. If it's what I'm saying, they didn't think this was going to just last. Did you really expect there to be what there was in front of our house for how?
I can't hear. I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. You're breaking off a little bit.
Didn't. I figured, JLR will be there a couple of weeks. Something will happen. He'll be home. Everybody else will come home. It'll be over and gone. We're talking 75 days, man. And you haven't given up. You haven't stopped. And Ted hasn't stopped. And Criminal Minds, everybody. And I don't care what the hell any neighbor, I don't care what any cop says. You can't tell me I can't stand on that street. You can't.
Well,
you remember, you have the right to just stand there.
Perfect.
If I can go stand inside a post office and videotape, which I can, that's my right. You can't tell me I can't stand on the street with a camera and talk to my community. There's no way. Take me to jail. What are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. So that's my thing, man. It's because of you guys that this is still going on. Who else is talking about this, JLR? Tell me real quick, besides you guys. I don't mean you guys. There's one other person that I hear talking about this, and that's Brian.
Yep.
When's the last time you turned on your news and you heard about her?
Today, the stuff today.
Haven't at all. It's got to end at some point, because you know what? This is your life right now. This is all you're doing, JLR. And Ted, you're everywhere. Mexico, storms and stuff. You're all over the place. But JLR, you right now are living this. You're breathing it. You're coughing it. Everything. And
right.
If you stop, it goes away. If Criminal Minds stops, it all goes away. That's all they're waiting for. If this is a cover-up, they're just waiting for you guys to stop. You can't stop, no matter what. I mean, you just can't. I don't care if you live on the North Pole. You still got to keep going, because the only hope to finding this out is going to be YouTube people. And JLR, as everybody knows.
Yeah, for sure.
You're the one, man. You're the one that was there.
I think there's others. I mean, I just think anyone that's talking about this case continuously will be there at the next breaking event or something.
But that's when they'll be there, though. JLR. They still talk about it. I get it. Criminal Minds, but you got to remember, when I say you, I'm putting you guys as a team now. You and Ted and Criminal Minds and whoever else is in the group. But listen, if the only way anybody else is going to be there is going to be if there's breaking news. That's it. They're going to go on their YouTube channel and be like, hey, well, it's day 76 again and still nothing. We, have a good day. I'll talk to you later. All they're doing is waiting for breaking news to go. That's it. You were there. How many days straight, JLR, were you the only one sitting in front of that house in the sun, just staring at a house? It was a long time. Nobody did that. I mean, again, your boys, they came, but you were there alone. You have dedicated.
Why don't we, I'm going to do a call and show. Can you email me? Because I would love, you're such a motivational person. Would you be, we have two other people in backstage. Would you be able to email me at Ted Investigates? And I would love to talk to you on some of my drives, because you're like uplifting my spirit. and like really pumping me up, and you have a lot of kick-ass things to say.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely will. It's just, it's so aggravating that, you know, I don't know anymore, man. It's so aggravating that it's taking JLR and you and Criminal Minds to do this. Like, they have every single tool that they could ever need. They have the government, they have FBIs, they have their entire, and nothing. We're talking zeros, zilch. We have a video, we have there's some hair over here, over there. I'm telling you, man, look at him. And who the hell sees a tattoo? I don't see a tattoo anywhere on this guy.
Right.
Can you see a tattoo, Ted, or JLR?
Somewhere right here. Hold on, I'm looking. Like, yeah, like, I don't know. Somewhere in there in the hand.
Somewhere, yeah.
Hey, I appreciate it, Chris. We got a lot of people in the pipeline.
Yep.
Get everything off your chest?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you get everything off your chest?
I think I left.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you inspiring.
Dom C.
Hey,
Dom C.
JLR. How are you?
Hey, doing great. I see. I
I'm
kept
glad
seeing
you made it back.
You were going to come in way earlier. You kept coming in and out.
Yeah, I had a family situation on the phone I was dealing with. My mom's 90, going to be 92. She's in a Alzheimer's facility, so I was helping my brother.
Misty Hayes, how do I?
Ted's talking to Misty Haynes.
Misty Hayes, it's my channel. Sorry, it's just Ted Investigates.
Ted and Misty Haynes and all them are like doing some stuff right now. I don't know what they're doing.
I know. I feel like I'm on the Love Boat or something.
Like the Love Boat, the true crime Love Boat, right?
Seriously.
Look at Ted, the Love Boat.
Well, ladies, I have a 25-year-old son who's single, so
bring him on.
Any good
There you
future
go, bring him on.
daughter-in-laws, I'm
Is he into
open.
Love Connection?
Is he
He's
into
at
true
work right
crime?
now.
Is he a true crime?
No, he's into video games and anything
games.
techie. He's a tech nerd.
Anyway,
on the interview room when I was listening to them, one of the officers there made a really good point. He said that like Nanos gave up way too much information and the FBI would have never given out that much information, knowing that it would cause all this speculation. So I'm hopeful that because the FBI has been so quiet, that they are diligently working, that they are diligently following up on all the leads, and that the genetic genealogy is going to bring them to a suspect. I personally think it's somebody local, either after they saw the show, the Hometown Girl show with Savannah and her mom. That's why they looked up Nancy's address and Savannah's income and thought there's a score. I mean, that's a golden goose's egg right there. Again, not knowing how bad her heart condition is, it's very possible that the fright did kill her, caused a massive heart attack or something of that effect. But if they kidnapped her, they were going to kill her anyway, because why would they release her? Because she could identify them. But I think the ransom, could definitely be real. Now, are family involved? I have no idea. Sometimes I think yes, sometimes I think no. It varies all the time. Every time I hear something new, I change my mind.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, everything's subject to change. But my mind is that inside job based off the available information and where we're at. Like, it's everything's subject to change. I mean, we all could change our minds if we get that one new piece of information, something, you know what I mean?
I've changed my mind a dozen times. First, I thought it was the son-in-law. Then I thought it was Luke. Then I thought it was the guy in down south. Then I thought maybe it was Nancy who got life flighted to the hospital, but they admitted her as a Jane Doe. And either she died at the hospital or maybe she's alive in witness protection. I mean, I have thought of every conspiracy that everybody else in the chat has put down. I'm like, well, that sounds plausible. Well, that sounds plausible. So I've changed my mind a dozen times. So can't say for sure anything, but I really...
I mean, let's be real, folks. All of us are all over the map on this with our mind who's responsible. You have thought every scenario. You have analyzed Annie and Tommaso to a T. Probably Cameron too. Luke, Carlos, any type of person that you could think of. Neighbors, you're sleuthing around looking for names, any suspect, suspicious behaviors, registered SOs, convicted kidnappers. You're looking all over the place.
All over, yeah.
Neighbors, you've been looking at each and every person, saying, could it be this person? And then you're doing your own little sleuthing and looking around or listening to others. Yeah. All of you did it. All of you continue to do it. Let's be real.
Yep.
I do it.
It's just such a weird case. I got to tell you, it's just weird.
I did it. I was looking at the back of a Kia in El Charles parking lot, and I was going Google Earth a year earlier.
We were looking at Kias rolling down the street. Any white Kia that rolls around Nancy's neighborhood, there's the Kia. There have been Kias on our feed. The Kia Souls. There has been
Kia Souls. I'm like, I was in the wrong state today, and I was looking at a Kia Soul in the parking lot. Like, what am I doing?
I was doing that with Goldberg with the white Hyundai Elantras. Every Elantra.
Every Elantra in my life.
We're obsessed. Let's just face it. We're all obsessed. I love how every time somebody comes up and talks to you, it's maybe that's the suspect.
Oh, yeah. That's a tradition on the channel too. We'll always have that. Anyone that gets interviewed on camera in person is going to be a potential suspect in the JLR Army YouTube spear here. Some of them have called me up and said, please say I'm not a suspect. And the people are blaming me and tracking me down.
Yeah.
And I feel bad, but you gotta just take it in stride, I mean, and I don't think people literally believe it, but that's always been in the true crime. Every time there's a mystery, anyone comes and steps up and comes to the scene and gives a media interview or something, people blame them for some reason. That's the person,
Yeah.
It's just but there is a big thing about how many times they went back to A&T's house. I mean, and you guys were there when they turned the lights off and were taking pictures in the dark. I mean, you have to admit that is suspicious.
A lot of trolls.
Even though people say it can't be the family, I always go back to then why were they there so many times? What were they taking pictures of? What evidence did they take out in those bags?
I mean, just to rule them out?
Maybe.
It's weird.
Well, was it to gather additional DNA?
Not how victims necessarily are treated. However, you got to rule these people out. Sometimes you got to do these uncomfortable things that you should. That you just got to be hard on the people to. Nothing personal, but let's extract your phones. That's lumen all your house.
Right.
Let's know everything, every electronic that you have in your house. We need to analyze. It's not personal. We just want to make
not
sure
personal. Yeah.
You're not involved.
And maybe that's why they came to the conclusion that they ruled them out. Maybe because of all the evidence they gathered at their house, there was no blood evidence or any signs of struggle or foul play. That could be why Nanos said, no, they're ruled out. But Nanos is another story. Don't get me on that soapbox, because I said in one of the chats, I mean, basically he got promoted to incompetency. I mean, he wasn't qualified to even run for sheriff. I guess maybe he thought when he won, he was just gonna, live out the rest of his days, get his nice pension when he retired, and that'd be it. But, unfortunately, he made the mistake of not letting the person who should have been the spokesperson speak. Him getting out in front of it was a huge mistake.
So Adrian, our Scottish friend, says, can I ask one question and be honest? And this is for everyone, have you analyzed everything, every scenario, outcome, timeline, everything, but do you always seem to come back to the same person, people?
Yep.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, I can answer, I can relate, Adrian. I can relate with what you're saying. My mind every day takes me to another person or another rabbit hole. We'll call it a rabbit hole.
Right.
Yep.
keep going down these rabbit holes, these new because when the internet does its thing. The internet does its thing. The internet sometimes finds people and sometimes they rake people over the coals. The internet does its thing. And when the internet, people will follow this case and present new names and present new people, I have to follow it and see who these people are that they're talking about. Just, it just takes me down rabbit holes. You can't just say, well, you just denounce it right away. You got to look at it for at least, if you're following this case, you got to look into it at least a little bit. Say, nah, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. You know what I mean?
For a short period of time, I thought it was the neighbors with the barking dog.
Which one? Oh, those people.
Yeah. Because I was like,
the little dogs, they would walk their dogs.
Yeah, but you know what? Their camera suspiciously went out at the exact time people were at Nancy's back door.
MAB, I'll send you the link. I think I saw your thing. MAB. I got time for you, MAB. Yeah, I get it, Dom C. I get it. But you've been here since day one.
And before, yeah. And remember, everybody, Boots on the Ground coffee. It's excellent.
Oh yeah.
Order more. I just ran out.
Boots on the Ground coffee. Yeah, I need my Boots on the Ground coffee link. I got boots on that JLR Investigate store.com. You get Boots on the Ground coffee. It's great stuff.
Good stuff. And everybody get a membership. It's not that expensive, and that's how we help JLR out. And we love the channel. And like I told you in my email, you're not even online yet, and there's 1,000 of us waiting for you. So you are doing a wonderful job. You're doing a wonderful job. And we appreciate
we had about 2,500 online waiting yesterday. It was like 3,500. A lot of us. Like, holy smokes, like 3,500 people waiting, or the day before yesterday.
You keep me company while I'm doing my house chores or while I'm getting ready for work. So I just put you in my ear and I'm listening to you guys just chatter. It's great. I love it.
I like hearing some of the same people. Some of you, I consider y'all family and friends. Army. We're all family here trying to get answers. But I also like to hear from new people. Anyone new.
Yeah, let's hear from new people.
New people, new perspectives. I just want to hear what America thinks, or worldwide, because we've got a lot of worldwide viewers too, think about the Nancy Guthrie case and what's going on in the mind.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Nice seeing you. Nice speaking with you.
All right. Joanne, thanks for your patience.
Hey, JLR, I just sent you a quick text. I got a
you got to bounce?
I would love to say, I can say.
No, you're cool.
You should.
Yeah, you're cool. We'll talk soon. Ted Investigates, everyone. Go check out Ted Investigates. Thanks for keeping us company, Ted. And you be safe out there in the elements out there, storm chase. I'll look at some of your footage, and don't get swooped up in a tornado, because we need you.
I won't. I would love to stand longer. I pushed the doctor off for about 3 hours, and now he's like, I got to meet with him. I'm sorry.
You're good. Be safe. Thanks, Ted.
All right. Love you, JLR Army. Take care, everyone.
Go check them out. Ted Hello. Are you there?
JLR.
Hi, Joanne.
Can you hear me? Hi, how are you? I've spoken
I'm
to
great.
you before.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Okay, only a couple of things. I'm not going to keep you like everybody else, but to me, I feel that this was someone that knew her, because this guy had too much of a comfort level walking up to that Ring camera, blah, 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 just very la-di-da, going to get weeds to put in front of it.
Uh-oh.
And put over the camera.
Oh, no. Joanne, you're breaking up. It's sounding robotic. Sorry, Joanne. Got messed up. It's probably your connection breaking up. Sandy, hello. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, JLR. How you doing?
Doing great. How are you? Where are you from?
Oh, good. I'm over by State College, Penn State.
Oh, Penn State.
And, I was watching you early on. I loved it. Oh my God, was it hopping? When you were at Nancy's and you had the the Uber driver and the food deliveries. I mean, it was just amazing TV. It was.
There were so many amazing people. The Uber driver was giving us free
Oh
rides.
man,
They were like, this Uber driver stepped to the plate. I forget her name. I think her name was Misty.
Misty, right?
Missy or Misty.
Missy, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I
it's
sent
the
her
greatest TV.
a $100 tip for what
It was
she
the
did.
greatest TV since O.J. Simpson. You know, it
But she
was
came to the plate.
amazing stuff.
Like, she was like, okay, well, they're not going to let y'all park. Fine, I'll take you back and forth.
Oh, I know. It was so hopping. I mean, there was stuff going on. You were amazing. You were like the Larry King, on the side of the road. I just loved every bit of it. But
We thought
here,
we were
I'm
going to
not
get
gonna,
answers by then. We thought this case would have been solved.
I'm just going to say that my thoughts have never changed, and I love Dr. Q.
Mhm.
But I will say that politics came into this very early. I'm not sure you're aware, but Nancy was a full-blown Trump hater. And God bless her. I mean, I don't hold nothing against her. I mean, there's a lot of times I cannot listen to this man too much, but I don't wish him any harm or his family. And Savannah, she has to be totally straight Democrat to be working for NBC. Right away, politics took hold. She really was, I think she really wanted just Nanos. And when Trump's FBI, because I think that's how she thought of him, came into the picture, things started to change. And then I think they're not really working that tremendously hard now to find Nancy. And these are just my thoughts. I think politics has come into this very harsh and very hard. And I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong, but it's a fact.
I
And as
mean,
far as
you do have a point. I will agree with you on that. And I wish, politics aside, true crime, I feel, yeah, everyone has differences politically, but it can
Right.
bring people together.
Yeah.
You put those differences aside for the common good,
Yeah.
you solve this. And
I
something
mean,
tells me a
the
little bit
weakness in
in this investigation, both on the federal level due to the beef between Nanos and the feds, the differences in the immigration law, laws out there,
Oh,
the
yeah.
FBI in
I mean,
Tucson
there's a
area.
lot.
I think there's a lot of
There's a lot of that. And I mean, there's a lot of things we can't deny that politics came into this early. But I think the crime itself was definitely a vendetta. And we know there was more than one person involved. She's had different people staying in that house and, making extra money off her pool house, staying or in her guest house. And she may have had the wrong person there. And they might have just been waiting for the right opportunity after the dog died, and they knew it was a time to go in there. And I think that, of course, they did want to get the money out of Savannah, but of course she died, whether they had to kill her or she died on her own. And I do not believe her body will ever be found. I mean, we're talking about the most heinous people on earth that would touch an elderly woman like that, and they could just do anything. I mean, these are people that torture animals just for fun. I mean, this
Lily
is,
B. Let me just
Yeah.
cut in for a minute, because Lily B. I like this comment here, because this comment really never has been said before. It's like we know the time the garage door opened, what Nanos says, right? 9:48, 9:50 Saturday night, January 31st. So we should all know that the time that the same garage door opened when Annie got there in the AM. When they got there in the AM to check on Nancy, what about this? What time did that garage door open? And did it go open and close for 2 minutes or what? That's a great question to look for. That's a great question. They never
as
told
far
us.
as Annie goes and Tommaso, I truly don't think they have anything to do with this. They have children. That was their grandma. I just don't see that. I am struck
Thank
by
you, Misty.
how this is a small family. The father died, so she has the one sister and the brother. This woman makes $10 million a year at NBC. Why does her sister have to take a loan out for a small little house? And look at the kind of car that they towed away from them. These are not very rich looking people. Now, if this was my sister, she wouldn't have to want for anything. She'd have a beautiful home and a car. And I mean, I just find that this is so bizarre. I wonder
Thank you,
about
Tennessee
that.
girl. Thank you,
You know,
Tennessee.
I mean, she just has her New York life, and that's where she's at now. But you could see these people are modest, and I don't think they had anything to do with it at all. Um, I think Nancy was she was a spitfire, and she met some strange people, and she allowed them into her home. And unfortunately, this is what happens. Word gets out. People talk, and somebody knew she had something in a connection to Savannah, and I think the money was for short, but it was also like, hey, if anything happens to her, we don't care. You know, we really don't. And
Leanne from New
I'm
Zealand. Thank
sorry that, this sounds so cold and rough, but it's just the facts. We've got to stop pretending and making stuff up. We it's pretty it's yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear cut at this point. Now they just have to figure out who it is. They found this here DNA, whatever. I mean, yeah, the Nanos did a lousy job in the beginning, and this is why it's taken so long to find these people. And I really enjoy you though, JLR. I mean, you'll never be able to get back to that level that you were at Nancy's house, but it was the most amazing television I swear I've ever seen. And I enjoy all of you guys. So have a great night.
Thank you. And you take care of yourself, Sandy.
Okay, you
Be
too. Bye
safe.
bye.
We got MAB Investigations, Justine and Wanda, and then Joanne. MAB.
What's up?
Hello, sir. MAB, MAB.
Mab United, Mab Investigates.
MAB Investigates. Hey, Judy, Jody Stolling.
Have you heard about the Richard Nolette situation?
Yes. Thank you. 1816. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Have you heard about the Richard Nolette situation?
So I heard that name. Tell me about this name. What's going on with that? I didn't really fully vet that through.
It's wild. It's wild.
All right. So who is this person?
This person says that his brother and father are the ones that did this.
And this is going on. Is this from another YouTube channel?
Yeah. And it's all based on this burger chef cipher, kind of like the Zodiac cipher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wild stuff. But I started looking into this guy, and he probably lives 20 minutes away from me. And his brother lives about 2 hours away from me. And so I checked into some of the stuff he was talking about as he was speaking last night. And a lot of it checked out. I mean, everything I looked up checked out. He talks about a fight that he had, or he lost his real estate license. I looked up on the Department of Real Estate, and I found the documents. And the fight happened exactly like he said it did. I said, you have the picture of him. I just sent it to you.
Okay, let me get it up. So this is someone that is blaming their own family for this.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I've seen it. I heard a little bit about it, but some people are also saying the guy is not mentally right, or the person's not mentally right.
It could go. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard sell.
Read forward me that pic. Okay.
All right. You must get tons of emails, huh?
It says 17,500 emails in a month.
All right, hold on. Oh, I didn't send it. Damn. All right, I just sent it. Oh, wrong studio. I'm going live on this at 7:30, and I'm going to show all the documents and everything.
All right, so everyone go check back. 7:30 your time.
Yeah, Pacific.
8:39.
Mab Investigate.
Mab.
Finally hit 3,000 subs.
So this Richard Nolette guy.
Yes.
Went on another YouTuber's channel and blamed family members.
Yep. And it has to do with this cipher, and he's breaking down the cipher on the call live.
But Nolette kind of looks like the perp, though.
He does. Look at his head.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him up in the chat. So he actually came up. People were sharing this guy. They're like, this guy has a story. This guy has a story. So I'm gonna put him up on the screen. So I think he went on Sleuth Intuition.
Sleuth, yeah.
All right. So
you got Sleuth's gonna go to Rose Lake. That's him.
All right. So this guy here is claiming who did the crime?
His brother and dad.
What's his brother and dad's name?
His brother's named Mike Nolette, and I have his address in Napa, California.
Give his address.
No, I'm not going to give you the address.
Yeah. No. Don't say the address.
No, we don't dox people.
That's right. Try not to.
Yeah.
Unless they've done something.
Yeah, unless they need it.
But all right. So because we were saying his half brother.
Yeah, stepbrother, I guess. Half brother, I don't know.
Okay, so did he give this information to authorities?
Yes.
And authorities
in the county and the FBI, but they probably thought he was nuts. He said he sent them 40-page letter trying to explain the cipher and all of that stuff. And they probably looked at it and went, this guy's just a nut job.
Burger chef beef something. What is it?
Burger chef cipher. Oh, you want the cipher?
Cider, like some apple cider.
I could send you the cipher. CIPHER.
Yeah. So something like the Zodiac stuff, like
Zodiac cipher, just like that.
Well, okay. So he's saying his half brother and his dad did this.
Yeah.
Where are they at now?
Napa. I don't know where his dad is, but his dad apparently was in the CIA, blah, 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 and has offed a ton of people.
Why is he doing this to his own family? Is he like, okay, what's his relationship?
He's been abused by his father since the age of 11. No, I think it started at 2. Really bad abuse, SA kind of stuff, all the way up to age 11. So
basically saying that his half brother and dad's involved and they did it.
And this guy was a successful real estate agent, was living at a house with this Sylvia woman. And it's a long story. I probably shouldn't try to tell you here. But I'm going through all that tonight. And
what got him to go up to come forward and share this information? How did he get hooked up with a YouTuber to come out here? Did he just
I'm not sure. I think he was watching Sleuth and finally just decided it was time to do it. I got it all queued up here, ready to go.
Remember John Mark Carr? Remember John Mark Carr with John Benet Ramsey? Some guy in Thailand just said, "I did it." I want to.
Well, John Benet Ramsey was wild because they're searching and searching, and they're reading letters and stuff, and she's in the basement the whole time. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. And she was with a Garrett, correct?
I don't know the truth.
Nolette is saying that that's what happened to Nancy Garrett. And we saw Garrett in his pocket. Unbelievable. I have the picture.
Well, this guy here, I'll look more into it. People have been sending me emails about this guy. So I just wanted to, throw him up there. You explained a little bit. If his dad did it, then his dad should be in cuffs by now, right?
Well, I guess his brother is porch guy.
Thinks his brother's the porch guy. How old's his brother?
Oh, 50s.
This porch guy to me looks like he's in his 30s.
But this guy looks like porch guy, so his brother must look like him. I don't know. I'm redoing my landscape on on my property, so I've been working all day doing that. So I haven't had time to do a lot of research. But last night I did some research and I found some documents. I'm gonna go over those tonight. But this is crazy. I mean, it just keeps getting more and more nuts.
I appreciate it, and thank you for stopping by. And then you're going live later.
Yeah, 7:30 Pacific. If y'all want to stop by.
All right. Well, I have pictures of the other people, but I'm not going to put them up.
You got a picture of Mike?
I'm going to put up the guy, Richard, because he's the one that came out and made the claim. So he put his neck out.
Public. Can you send me a picture of Mike?
Yeah, I got the picture sent to me. Mike.
Can you send me a picture of Mike?
Sure, I can forward this to you.
I won't show it, but
I mean, it says give it to me. I mean, yeah. I mean, dude, does the guy look like he's on a boat? Got a picture of him.
Oh, no. Is he on Rose Lake?
It's not Rose Lake, but it's, well, I don't know, some lake. He's on a boat. I'll forward it to you.
All right.
Problem.
I appreciate it. All right, buddy.
Bye-bye. Does anyone buy any of that? Hi, Justine.
Oh, hello, JLR. How are you?
Great, Justine. How are you?
Good. Glad to be back.
Yeah, we spoke before. Where are you from?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Okay. Nice. Don't you do like legal work or something?
No, I was telling you about the lawyer that gave up the money from
I almost
Milwaukee.
I remember things, but not everything. But welcome.
Well, you were close.
Close enough. What's on your mind?
I have a few things. With the guy you were just talking to, it's a garrote that he was talking about with John Bonet.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was trying to pronounce it, so I just want to. But so I have a few things, and one of them is about catching the perp. I know that a lot of people have talked about how he potentially could return to the scene, and that a lot of perps do. Brian Koberger did. But everyone was out there, right? You had media out there all day, every day. Is there a reason that the FBI or the authorities weren't thinking about maybe taking some of those flowers? You test the flowers, specific flowers, DNA. If any of the DNA matches, you go back on the footage, see who laid those down, boom, perp, right?
Yeah, I mean, perp, and flowers, cards, contents of cards, maybe hidden messages. Yeah. I mean, you really think the perp could have went back and laid something down?
Well, I guess if they were ballsy enough, I guess I don't know. I've never done that. I have no idea.
Crazy.
But they do say that people do that. I mean,
Koberger went back in the morning, but he went back, I think, to retrieve his knife sheath. He's like, holy smoke, I better get my DNA back before they got my, like Koberger's risking going back to get the sheath, probably. I don't know. Maybe
I think I dropped something. Oh yeah. Okay. So the other thing I was going to talk about is the blood, right? So you're going to a lady's house and you're unsure, right? The authorities are unsure of what happened at that point. But long story short, you have 2 or 3 exit entry points. Why are you not looking at all 3 of those exit and entry points? If they did, they would have caught the blood. That is baffling to me.
You think at the other points they would have caught the blood? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't have examined each of those exit or entry points, even just to see which door she would have left from if they're thinking she just left.
I'm sure they did, right?
But how did they miss the blood then? That's what I'm not getting.
Well, I'll never understand that. Almost like News Nation is the one that shared that there was blood.
Right. All right. I won't beat a dead horse about that, but that's
no, I get it. I mean, how did Annie not know there's blood there if Annie's there?
Yeah, I would think that'd be the first thing that you do, right? She left. Well, where did she leave from? You would think the first instinct would be to check the different exits, but that's just me, And And then with the doorbell, this is another thing that kind of just gets me, right? If they're saying that the first video that we know of is January 11th, so even if you don't have a subscription, I didn't for a while, and I know it doesn't store that, depending, whatever. We won't get into that whole rabbit hole. But if Nancy got the notification on January 11th, January 12th, whatever it may be, are you telling me that she didn't tell any of her family, hey, there was a weird guy outside of my house? And that family isn't like, hey, maybe I should get a subscription for mom. Maybe we should beef up some security
Maybe
here.
we shouldn't leave her alone anymore.
I mean, to me, this is preventable. This was a preventable situation if correct measures were taken. All right. I guess I won't go down that rabbit hole.
This January 11th or even prior, they're saying 2 different dates now. We don't know, but yeah, I mean, preventative measures could have easily been taken place from the first incident of some creepy guy on the right staring and seeing.
Yeah. So the biggest thing that I wanted,
Unless
those
they
are
didn't
just
get
little small things.
notifications. Unless for some reason he was too far back, and for some reason the system just didn't give the notifications but stored the data.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I thought he was on that top stoop of the porch, like where he is in this video, but I could be wrong. Either way. But I think this is so much bigger. And I say that because this is one of the only cases, we've heard this said from so many people, that there is so much missing information, not publicized information. We all know they hold their cards close to their vest for some things, but the lack of urgency, the lack of communication from all points, right? You have family. It's been said time and time again. I'd be shouting it from the mountaintops. I would be down there myself. I don't care who I was, handing out flyers. Where is my mom? Help me find my mom. So that to me is very strange. But look at Rob Reiner. I mean, a lot of people are like, well, it's because she's so famous. Look at Rob Reiner. We had information almost immediately when it came down to that case, immediately from celebrity friends, family, authorities, everything. We knew what he was wearing, where he was going, what hotel he went to. I mean,
How he got
that is
picked
just
up,
insane.
everything. Yeah. I covered that case in real time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think we were the first persons to break that. And, we followed through that. And then they were outside his house every day. And then they told the whole process of him leaving the house and checking into the hotel there. And then eventually going out, getting taken out on the street.
Yeah. So I think it's just so much bigger. There is a reason. And I don't want to go down any sort of conspiracy rabbit holes, but I believe that either they know where she is, they know who took her, and that it is going to be pretty groundbreaking, whatever this news is, because there's just, to me, no way that I can wrap my head around so much missing information. I don't know.
Appreciate your time, Justine.
Thank you. I'll let you get to your other callers.
You have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. We have Joanne, Wanda, Carrie, Taylor. Hey, y'all. Are you back from before?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. All right. So I know you popped in and popped out. You were having
Yeah, you know why? Because I was doing it from my computer and I realized I had to do it from my phone.
Awesome. Where are you from? Long Island?
Oh, come on, Jay. Yes.
Yes. I could just, I didn't know. I just thought of the accent.
No, I've spoken to you before, but that's funny that you said that. Yes, I am from Long Island.
Nice.
How
Uh-oh.
are you?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're fading out.
Hello.
Yeah, you're fading out.
I could hear you perfectly.
Okay, I can hear you now perfectly.
Okay, let's keep it like that. I'll try to go fast. Can you hear me?
Sure. What's on your mind? Shoot.
Okay, I'll go fast because you have people waiting. I just think it was somebody that knew her because this guy was his comfort level, walking la-di-da up to the door, grabbing weeds. If they, can you hear me?
Yeah. Somebody sent me
Oh,
another
if they, yeah, if they broke security lights and everything like that, why wouldn't he come with a piece of tape to cover the ring doorbell? I mean, you're trying to look for weeds? I don't know. Anyway, and then why is there no video with her coming out of the door? Unless they have it and they just haven't given it to us.
That's a possibility.
Right. And then, to me, I feel this is not somebody strange to her world. Somebody knew her.
Well,
And-
SOS, or maybe the January 11th on the right, Nancy did see the guy on the ring, but didn't think nothing of it because she knew him.
Yeah, could be. How would she know him dressed like that?
I don't know, man. It's pretty creepy.
I don't know. But it's funny. When my son-in-law drops me off and I go through my garage door, he waits for every second till I get in, texts me when he gets home. I mean, this guy just drops her off, a woman with a cane that can hardly walk. I don't get that. And then for her to live in a house that large with no security, I don't think her kids took care of her that well. She's all by herself in a home with how many bedrooms? I mean, with no alarm system. Now, there's something more to this. It really is. And, I don't know if it was something it wasn't for any kind of robbing. It's something that didn't go the way they wanted. And somebody wanted money and they messed up. But I think once they get the guy, it's going to unravel. And I think they didn't know how weak her heart was. So, and the $1 million reward, they're going for a half a crypto coin. That doesn't make sense to me either. But then I said, well, maybe the $1 million is, it's an attractive enough inducement, but it's too incriminating, and they're afraid to do so. I don't know. That's what, I sent you a picture of the perp by the pool in the backyard before he walked to the front. Did you get that last week?
Send it again right now. Let me take a look at it right now. Can you do that?
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah, I sent that. I know you get a lot of emails. Let me see.
A lot of emails.
Let me see. Hold on. Sent.
Taylor with stitching. I gave you the link. Come back in, but you would be number 3 on the list. If you want to come back in.
See if you get this, JLR.
Sure.
Let me. I send it. And gotta resend it, I guess. Oh, God.
Just re-forward it. Forward it.
Yeah, re-forward it. Okay. You're dealing with somebody.
Boomerang it back. Circle back.
All right, let me see.
See what we got. Oh.
Reply more. I gotta forward it, right? Well, he forwarded. I'm forwarding it. Okay. I just gotta put your address in.
Tips at JLR, tips.jlrinvestigate@gmail.com. I accept tips on this case.
All right, I just sent it.
All right. See it pop up. Ding, 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 ding. Not yet. Not yet. Didn't get it. Oh, okay.
I forwarded it to you.
All right. So who is this guy?
That's the guy. I think he was walking in the backyard before he went to the front.
I've never seen this. All right. So I'm going to put something up here I've never seen. I don't know the validity of this, folks. Let me get this in. I've never, ever, ever seen this. So I'm gonna put this up. Where the heck does this thing come from? Because I
don't know what.
I think people are passing around fake images here.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know. I forgot where I saw it, but I said, "Wow, this is interesting." I said, "I didn't see JLR have this up yet."
Ever. This is not real. No way. No way. I don't buy it. Does anyone buy it? We're like AI. I mean, hold on. Let me take this down. I mean, what what in the heck is going on here? This is like as Photoshop as can be, because no police has ever shared this. You're saying this is the perp in the back by the
No,
pool?
I'm not saying it. I saw it and I said, "Wow, this is interesting." But you're right. It probably is something superimposed. Maybe I don't know.
Thing is, it's fake. It's fake.
Yeah.
This is like AI. Who did this? Where did this come from?
I don't remember where I saw it.
Dude, somebody put a video on YouTube. It says FBI reveals concealed footage, poolside images from Nancy.
Where do you see that?
It's at the bottom of it. It's coming from a YouTube channel with the title FBI revealed concealed footage, poolside images from Nancy Guthrie's home.
See, I don't even see that on mine. Wow.
Let me FBI reveals poolside Guthrie. I'm gonna try to find this channel because we're gonna out this channel. This is a bunch of crap.
Yeah, find it. I'm curious where I saw it.
Let me see. Oh yeah.
How come I don't see that FBI thing?
It's coming from a channel called Revealing the Case.
Okay.
Seriously. No, I'm seriously. Hold on, let me get this up. This is a bunch of crap. Why is people and the video got like 65,000 views on it. It's let me see. Hold on.
What was it? Revealing what?
It's called I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Dude, some people are like that desperate to put some fake.
Yeah, well, nowadays with AI, who knows what they do, JLR.
Hold on, I gotta redo. It's crazy.
Yeah, when you look at it, it looks like he just was superimposed there.
Yeah, but he added like some extra fireworks to it. Hold on. Let me get this up here.
Boy, people will put anything up. It's crazy.
Here we go. The heck is this? Where'd it go? Did I get the right one? Oh, here we are. Like, what in the heck is this crap?
Is that the website?
Hey, reveal it. It's one of those things where they just got somebody, an AI voice, just talking for 9 hours. Oh man! All right. Well,
it's crazy crap. Anyway, I wanted to tell you too that those bit lights. My son is an electrician. Most electricians use bit lights. I don't know if you knew that. And
air mechanics, pilots, electricians.
Yeah, I know. It's but also, to me, I don't think it's a stalled investigation. The FBI, they don't arrest anyone. They don't arrest unless they have enough evidence. They don't arrest anyone unless they have enough evidence to be confident. They arrest only when there's enough for conviction.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Oh, I'll tell them thank you also. And then I think they know what happened and they're just building a case, so that beyond the reasonable doubt. I think that's what they're doing. So I think they know. I think they know, who it is. I don't know I don't know. And what is that phone call at 1:44 in the morning to Nancy's phone? Did you hear about that? Or is that BS also?
Where are you getting this stuff at? Because you're coming at me with stuff that like I never even heard.
This was an investigator on one of the shows.
What?
And he
Somebody
said
called me?
he said it's the center of the case. The 1:44 a.m. phone call that 3 minutes before the camera was disabled.
Kelly Marie,
I don't know who.
Kelly Marie or
What?
anyone want to chat right here. This is the chat right there. Tips.jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. Shoot me your info and I'll give you the link.
Did you hear about that? Yeah, no, this was a legit guy.
All right.
And then they said he said, the same guy, that her phone pinged 200 miles away.
All right. Well, I'd be very careful who you listen to because that is never, ever, just like pool pirate there, has never been put out there by law enforcement or any reputable media. I don't know where this stuff is coming from.
Oh my God, I wish I remember this guy. And I even said, well, okay. I said, he's reputable, this guy. You know, he wasn't just.
I gotta keep it moving, Joanne. Thanks for the call.
All right. Take care, JLR.
Thank you. You have a good day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Whew. Crazy stuff out there, man. Hi, Wanda.
Hey, JLR, how are you?
I'm great. Where are you from?
Columbus, Georgia. You're
Welcome.
known Georgia Peach.
Georgia Peach?
Georgia Peach. So, I was calling for two reasons, and actually they've both been answered already, and I didn't want to hang up and be rude. But I was curious about why was it confirmed, and I guess it's still not really confirmed of why Savannah abruptly left the show. But I'm gonna go and look at what that guy earlier was saying about the code word that they used for her. And then the other thing was the sample, the hair sample. When did they get that sample? Like, how long have they had it?
I would say at my estimate, they probably got it within the first week.
Okay. And now
I don't know. There's no information on it. First time we
no
heard it.
information, like none. And the lady, I think Misty's her name, from Alabama.
Yes. Blue Eye says, FLB, take a break. You seem irritated. Maybe call it a night. You seem burnt. Now we're in this. Are you still there? Thank you, Blue Eyes, FLB. Are you still there? Uh-oh. Wanda, you seem to bounce. Carrie.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Oh, that's great.
Where are you from?
I've been from California.
Welcome.
So what I've been following this case from day one, and I truly believe that it's an inside job.
Oh, you're saying inside job.
I do. I believe that Tommaso is behind it 100%. And all you have to do is look at the motive. Who would take an 84-year-old woman? What would be the motive? Hello?
Well, what do you think the motive is?
Well, I think it would be the money, the inheritance.
Does your mic go up a little louder?
Let me see.
Maybe that's better. Talk. Let me see.
Okay. Can you hear me better?
It's still a little low.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, that might be better, maybe.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. I believe it's because of an inheritance that she has. If you just look at everything, there is just no way, even statistically, of taking an 84-year-old woman. You have to go back to the motive. What would be the motive? And I believe that if she was even taken home, which I'm not sure that she was, if she was, though, somebody got her to the front door. And I believe that's where the crime occurred, there at the front door, at the front porch, inside.
Inside. like inside the foyer.
Yeah, inside by her front door.
Okay.
And I think that somebody called her to the front door, either ringing the doorbell, knocking on the door, something to get her to the front door. And she recognized who it was. And that's why she did get up and get the door. And I believe that the porch guy, that who knows if he was really there on January 11th. We don't know the exact date. And I believe he did want to be seen. He wanted to be seen so they could stage this to look like it was a burglary and that he had been around there scoping the place out. The whole thing has been staged. That's just my belief. That's just my belief because it's simple. You just have to go back to the motive. What would be the motive to take her?
And you're saying financially?
Absolutely, financially. There would be no other reason.
Are you there? I think your microphone bounced too. Thank you for your call, Carrie from California. Taylor. Hi, Taylor.
Hey, JLR. I was having to unmute. I had someone just come into my live prior to coming back over here telling me that the porch guy has a brother that was on someone's chat last night. I was, face palming my hand, going, what? Was it you or was it someone else's chat?
I wasn't on last night.
Okay, well, like I said, they come into mine. Did you hear? I'm like, I've heard this rumor, that there was some guy going around telling everyone he's his brother. But I was just curious if that was something that you've heard or, I don't follow all the chats because, they move so fast sometimes. It's like, huh, what? What did I miss?
Does anyone know about that? What she's saying? Explain again.
Okay, so I had a live coinciding with yours going over, old cases that are older senior citizen women with an expert. And they came in and they said, hey, did anybody catch that I'm the porch guy's brother on YouTube last night? I don't know if I took another screenshot. No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's all centered around the guy there. But you're saying I'm the porch guy's brother. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think the guy's name was Richard or something like that.
Yeah. It was discussed by Mavs and Investigates. It was on Sleuth, Intuition.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. Like I said, they came into my chat and was asking questions. And I'm like, well, I can find out real quick. I can get answers.
I would suggest go to those channels, Sleuth Intuition or Mavs Investigate, and kind of look into this guy. I mean, it's been brought to my attention. I personally think it's just a wackadoodle.
Well, that's kind of what Ed said too. He told me he thinks it's a wackadoodle.
Right there, because if that was the case, somebody would be booked by now. Occasionally in these cases, you get these people that come out of the woodwork and say some wild things.
Well, Ed made the remark. He goes, he has had some real wackadoodles come to his chats before, and even give him his phone number while he's live. It's like, why do this? I was like, it's for the notoriety. It's for the attention they get. Now, and I know a lot of people are saying Annie and Tommaso, and I have a reason why I have to say no on that.
Why?
The state declares, it takes 5 years for the state to declare. In my state, at least in Oklahoma, I'd have to ask about Arizona. I don't know. It takes up to 5 years to declare someone dead.
Mm-hmm.
Unless a family member does it. And that's something that people need to realize that it can take up to 5 years if the state does it. If it's an individual, like, let's say Savannah says it's been 2 years, let's declare them dead, it's a little bit of a different story. Like I said, I don't know about
But,
Tucson. I
but,
haven't
but,
looked.
but why would why? But with that being said, then what you're just saying because it just takes too long and there's no way
Yeah.
these people could be involved because it just takes too long to go through the process of inheriting things.
Well, my thing with that would be, okay, if it was for the money, if the money was the reason, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I got trains going in my background. If it gets too loud, let me know.
Oh my God, how's living with trains in your background?
Not very good, especially when you have to hit the mute button.
How often do the trains come through?
Quite often. I had 3 while I was live. If it was for money, if it was a gambling debt he was trying to pay off, the reason why she went missing, you know, if it takes up to 5 years, you know. You see what I'm saying there?
I do.
If money
Yeah.
was the reason, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm seeing people telling me bye, so obviously no one likes my opinion.
Well, I mean, you know, there could be other reasons too, not financially though.
Well, and that's the only other thing, is if it's not financially, that would be the only thing. You know, if it was just he wanted her gone.
Why wanted her ransom?
It's kind of like me and Ed were talking about earlier with Unfound. He made the remark, he goes, the only thing I could think of is the fact of some people would like to see their mother-in-laws go missing. I was like, well.
I appreciate your time, Taylor.
All right, bye.
Thank you. Sassy from South Carolina.
Hey, JLR.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
So, just a couple of things really quick.
Sure.
First, all states have amber alerts. In South Carolina, we call them silver alerts for the elderly.
Mhm.
Arizona, their position is safe alerts. And on Arizona Department of Public Service .gov, Nancy Guthrie is on there now. My issue with that is it, to use your phrase, it smells to high heaven. In that, if you look at the others on that site before her and after her, you'll see statements of not known what she was last wearing, he was last wearing, or last seen wearing
So nothing on
jeans.
there.
Correct. And the fact is, the law enforcement and governing bodies that are investigating have said that first 24, 48 hours, it was treated as a missing persons case. If that were true, then there is a family member that dropped her off, per their story, that has knowledge of what she was last seen wearing the last time she was seen.
Yeah, we discussed a lot of this before, but you know.
And I don't mean to, bring up old stuff.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, missing people's cases. Every time I've seen somebody, it's what they're last seen wearing.
Right. We get the alerts that blow up our phone, that kind of thing.
We got Savannah saying pajamas, but
right. And that comes out, so much later. But even the information that's provided on the Department of Public Safety website has her missing since 12/15 on February the 1st. She was last seen in the evening of January 31st. There's doorbell cam footage putting it in the night in between the 31st and the 1st. None of the information is consistent. Second thing, really quick, yes, in a professional capacity, I have experience as being a forensic interviewer. And it's all about reading body language and a lot of words that aren't said. But it's also about active listening. And asking the questions without leading someone towards the answer that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Highly important when interviewing potential victims and or suspects. On a personal level, I have a son with a disability. That's a lot different from an elderly woman. However, special circumstances, special issues. When he was 6 years old, he was taking our dog out, and because of the nature of his autism, if he was given a task, he was determined to finish the task to completion, period. When the dog ran off, he followed the dog. And my older son came in and said, I can't find him. I heard him yell. And at the time, I was an active forensic interviewer. I had contacts in law enforcement throughout one of the judicial circuits that I worked very closely with in South Carolina. I could have immediately made a phone call to numerous people saying, get over here. But several things happened that I think are important for us to note. My son walked away. We lived in a neighborhood, a subdivision. Within 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, a phone call from me was made to 911. Law enforcement was on the scene. They locked down the neighborhood. No one in or out. And all law enforcement entities were dispatched looking everywhere at that point because time is of the essence. I haven't seen anything indicating that neighborhood was locked down, that there was extensive searching back and forth, which is unfortunate. Luckily, it was the longest 57 minutes of my life, but my son was brought back safely. And I think that occurred because appropriate protocol was followed. I'm on a small scale, working with one of the judicial circuits in South Carolina doesn't make me anything, just a little drop in the pond. But knowing that I had those outlets that I could have utilized, it didn't even occur to me until years later that was even a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then in doing the active listening and watching a lot of your reporting and the interview room, they talked about politics getting in the way. It never occurred to me in those first moments to reach out and say, Detective so-and-so, get over here. It's my son. But one of the first things that happened in this case was a phone call to Mark Kelly, pulling in politicians. And yet we haven't seen a push by the family to reach out and speak. I was interviewed within minutes by, local newspaper, that kind of thing. They've had every opportunity to speak out, to say, help, look, do organized searches, and it's not being done. So it begs the question, is this really a cover-up? If you really want her found, are you exhausting every single effort? And unfortunately, no. So that's my 2 cents. I do think it's an inside job. How inside and what exactly that looks like, I think is all going to come out in the wash. Like,
Who do you work with? The courts, though? You work with the courts? Forensic interview.
Forensic interviewer. I interviewed potential victims of abuse and violent crime that were referred in for by law enforcement and or DSS, APS.
What's the most high-profile case you ever done?
A lot of when I ended my career as a forensic interviewer, I saw 200 open cases that I could be subpoenaed to family and or general sessions criminal court to testify as an expert witness in that case. Most of the population for my interviews were between the age of 3 and 17, because oftentimes victims or witnesses of abuse and violent crime don't have a voice because of their age. And there's a hearsay exception for forensic interviewers that are trained. So in an effort to protect some of those that I always got voice for, it's been situations of, a significant other, one of the worst cases I worked, a significant other to,
All right, I'm back.
to a
I'm back,
mother, ended up putting a 2-year-old in ICU for months, or PICU for months, because he grabbed her by the neck and put her head through a wall in their home. But it went misunderstood until,
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Her brother, I interviewed her brother to speak and advocate for him through basically non-leading questions, listen to what he had to say, and hear, what had happened. While in the interview room with me, he heard one of his other siblings that was in the building as well cry, and he says, "Oh no, is that my sister?" And the trauma response was it's indescribable. I've looked evil in the face, and it's not pretty. Which, bringing it back to the case at hand, I have an issue with what we're seeing out of the family. There's desperation, but is it authentic desperation?
So it points you back to an inside job.
Yes, it does.
You work in this kind of field, in a sense. All right. Appreciate your time.
All right. Have a great night.
Thank you, Sassy from South Carolina. Be safe. All right, Wanda, you're back. If you're here, you're
Okay, do we want to hear
to
this
earlier.
last one, or should we go
I
to
don't know.
channel? We're going to be
My
storm
phone,
chasing,
I
and
have
he's
no
going to
idea.
be
It keeps
continuing
glitching
the
out.
court days.
I am.
You guys want to hear this? We got about 5 minutes left. We can go to Shippy's channel if Shippy wants to put in the link, or if we want to finish this. But we have storm chasing and Shippy's that interesting court case.
Phoenix City, Alabama. So I can't get into the chat for some reason. I can't.
You got it, Justin. Just
leave
keep
any
working at
messages.
it,
I can't
baby.
say anything.
You got it,
always
man. I
here,
believe in
but
you.
you'll never know it because I can't see me in there. But Misty, if you need anything, I'm in Phoenix City. Please reach out to me. I will be glad to help y'all in any way I can. I just wanted to put that
Okay,
out there.
Shippy.
Again, my feelings are the same. I still feel like, again, Tommaso, it might not be directly involved, indirectly. I agree 100%. Annie as well. I think she just looks scary to me.
Okay, everybody. I'm waiting on Shippy real quick. Sorry to pause it. This thing is just wrapping up. Again, I can't tell you how humble I am to be able to be on JLR's channel and to have Alex on there and to have the other smart people that were talking. It was a really humbling experience and very good. I love these guys. Oh, here, you want to hear him?
Clueless of what is going on in Arizona with her mom and her sister and her brother-in-law.
We can keep this going.
Inside job, hell yes, 100%. I don't know. I stand on what I believe in, and this so-called hair sample now. It's just weird how things are slowly coming together, but all this should have been done in the first couple of days. Should have been found, should have been taken care of, should have been sent off. We should have had results back by now. I mean, we're looking at 73 days and you still have no concrete answers. None at all. And I just don't get it. Botched.
Well,
It's so botched.
I appreciate
But
your
I'm not going to
perspective.
go anywhere. I'm going to stay here with you every time you're on. I am here. You might not see me, but I swear to God, I am here. When I'm at work, you're in my ear. When I'm at home, you're in my ear. I am here. 100%
Thank you.
support you.
Very grateful. Thank you for
Thank you
watching.
so much. I appreciate you.
Take care.
We, all right, great. We love Shippy's channel. That,
All right.
that's
Well,
our,
we don't have anyone else in the pipeline. Guess what? I'm tired.
he's tired.
I'm getting tired. My eyes are starting to get, look at my eyes. Like they're
Oh boy, I
literally
hope you
getting
don't.
red. I'm like, oh.
All right, and JLR is just getting over a cold, so we wish him well. He's a very strong individual. I'm sure he'll get over it. I know he's been really sick too. We're gonna go over to Shippy's channel. He has a great trial coming up, but also he's gonna be my radar because I didn't realize we're in a major elevated threat in the Cedar Rapids area, and then where I gotta go. So Shippy, please send the link. If somebody could put the link, and I'll go to Shippy's channel. That's where I'm going to next. Let's see. Let me get a hold of him. Shippy, send in your link. They're asking. Thanks, Chase. Yep, I'll be at Shippy's channel. So if someone wants to post Shippy's link before I log out of here. Thank you. There's the link. Just click right on it. I'll give it a few seconds here. It was beautiful to see everyone. I hope everyone has a great Friday. Enjoy it with family and friends. Shippy's a great channel to be at. We love you all. And I got to get out of this hotel room, packing, and on the road to go look at some bad weather. So I didn't realize I'm in an elevated 5 risk right here. So it should be interesting. So please go over to Shippy's channel. We love you. And I hope everyone has a good day. Oh, and we have a call-in show coming up. I have a new phone where you can call in. I want to hear everybody's thoughts on the Nancy Guthrie case too. Take care out there. The link is posted. Go to Shippy's channel. All my mods, Alicia, Vivi. Vivi has her channel. Dee Dee. I think Vivi's channel is Vicarious Vigilante. Alicia, we love her. Blonde Leo, we love everybody. Chase, see you over there. We love seeing you. If I'm missing anybody, Monday, Righteous Monkey's channel, Kicks Butt. We love Righteous Monkey. Justin Investigates, help him out. Half Pint, and everybody. And we'll see you guys around. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. I'm sure you guys probably hopped off by now. Yeah. So we'll see you guys soon. I'll be right over there. Thank you so much, and God bless. Have a wonderful day. And thank you, Wanda, for the advice for my son. Thank you so much. Love you, Wanda.